All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Fivers live trading room. It is now Wednesday, 10:36 a.m. my time, which is 9:36 GMT. Is it? Yeah. London market has been open for 1 hour and 30 minutes. Let's see what we get in the markets today. Let me know in the comments, guys, what you are looking at today and where you are from. We know that we have a very global, diverse community here at the Fivers, and would love to see where you guys are all tuning in from. Me, myself, and we are from Sweden. I'm tuning in from small town in the middle of Sweden. It is, I would love to say that it's full of snow, typical Scandinavian weather, but no, it is gray, it is raining, it is 5+ degrees. It sucks, but the market, at least we might see some movements in the market. Are we? Probably not, because we got the FOMC coming up later today at 7 p.m. GMT. We're going to see the FOMC economic projections for 2026, and they will give us the outlook for where they think the rates will be going in next year. And then, of course, we're going to have the rate cut. Well, we don't know if it's going to be a rate cut, but I think there's like a 96 or 97% chance of having a 25% basis cut today, according to Poly Market. And 25 basis point, that's just a fancy word of saying 0.25. 25 basis point is 0.25. Why are they not saying 0.25? I don't know. What are we looking at right here? We're looking at USD CAD. Do we want to be looking at USD CAD? No, we do not want to be looking at USD CAD. Oh, you're from a really, really, really small town in Indonesia. Nice. Let's see. Who's in the smallest town? I'm sure there's going to be some guy here saying like, I'm the only one in my town. London market dumped gold 7:36 p.m. in Brisbane. So it's almost like a 22 degrees. I can give me some of that. Give me some of that heat. Give me some of that heat. From Bangladesh, welcome to Bangladesh, and welcome to everyone from Australia as well. We got a lot of Australians in the stream here, I believe, as well. Good morning, LJ and all. Today, LJ is not here. He is busy working on a very special trading system that I know is going to... no, actually, I don't know what he's doing today, but he has taken the day off today. He will be joining us soon. Again, we got someone from India, Zimbabwe. Welcome, everyone. Awesome to have you all in here. Right, okay, so what are we looking at today? Let's start the stream by looking at gold, because I know everyone wants to look at gold, right? So let's take a look at what we have in gold. That's right. If you do have any pairs or any setups that you want me to look at today here, drop them in the chat. We looked at the gold range yesterday, and I said, highly unlikely that we're going to be trading outside of this range before FOMC today, and that held true. No magic, really. We all know what's happening in the days leading up to the FOMC, or at least the day before and the day during when we're waiting for the interest rate decision. We get low volatility because the market is waiting for a direction. When is the Fivers Futures platform coming up? It is coming up soon. Yeah, that's all I can say. Very, very soon. We're working very hard of getting it all ready for you guys. Any moment. It's gonna be very soon. Very soon. It's gonna be huge. Really looking forward to that. I'm gonna start trading futures. That's what I'm gonna be doing. Euro USD. All right, so what we're going to do here is we're going to be looking at gold first, and then we're going to be hopping over to Euro USD, and then we're going to be looking at AD USD as well. Keep them coming, keep the chart requests coming, and I will do my best to give you everything that you want here in today's live stream. We got silver as well. So, gold, Euro USD, AD USD, and silver. Okay, so we're going to begin with gold right here. Now, let's go back to yesterday, see if we actually did have any move from that level we talked about yesterday. Yeah, we did see a move back down towards this level. We talked about this level yesterday. We talked about that level being support yesterday, and the fact that we were trading around the range EQ and that we were probably going to be getting a move towards range high. Now, we did not reach range high, but we did reach this level right here, and I do believe that was actually the level that I marked out yesterday. The high around 4,217 was the local high that I thought price were going to push into yesterday, and we actually did see that, but very, very sharp price action. This is difficult to trade for anyone out there. If you're trading gold today, maybe just not trade today. Honestly, I feel like you don't have to trade every day. You're not supposed to be trading every day unless your edge is appearing every day, which is most likely it's not. You're going to monitor the market every day, most likely, but you're not going to be trading every day. Please remember that every day is not going to be a trading day. We have seen from the statistics at the fivers, those who are actually swing traders are making on paper. If you take all the swing traders in one basket and all the day traders in one basket, or you take everyone into one basket, we'll see that there is some um, swing traders on average are making more consistent gains, and I think that's because day traders, they're looking for that quick gains. They're looking to trade a market that is inherently very a lot of noise, right? Gold is right now testing that level once again. It has acted as support in the past. Is it going to act as support right now today during the stream as well? We don't know. We can only wait and see. But I do think that there is, of course, some potential of this level acting as support. If this level fails, I am looking at the level below. So let me paint a picture here for two different scenarios for gold, where we have a it's very simple, right? Isn't it? It's very simple. We add levels to the downside, we'll add levels to the upside, support to the downside, resistance to the upside, and then we try to figure out what is the most likely direction for gold to move in the duration of today. Well, I don't really see a higher probability of moving in any direction. I think what we have to do is need to wait for a little bit more confirmation before that. And you do see that we dipped down here and had a lot of buying pressure coming in here as well. So it's difficult. I would say if we hold this level as support, so if we reclaim the level around 4,201 for a move like this, reclaim that level, then I see it as rather likely to see a move up towards the area between 4,215 to 4,220. And of course, you see that now that we're getting a move to the downside. And if this move is picking up, if we get some momentum picking up here, maybe just maybe a move down to 4,180. So right now, the levels that I would be playing on gold, if I would be trading this intraday today, I would be looking at 4,180 and to the upside 4,218-ish area. Hopefully that gives us gives you a general idea of what I'm looking at. Let's go even lower to the lower time frame. So we do see sort of a descending triangle type of pattern right here, where we see lower highs leading into a flat support right here. If we break to the downside right here, if you're trading on the 1 minute, if you're that type of trader that likes to trade the noise, then maybe look at something like this. If you're going to be trading this pattern on the lower time frames, and very, very good risk to reward down to that level. You can even have your stop loss above the whole pattern and still get almost 2R on that one. So that's something I would be looking at on gold if I would be trading this today. I am not going to be trading this today. I already have my open position on gold and I am holding that. So before we move on to Euro USD, we're going to be looking at the open position that I have on gold. But before we do that, I'm going to breathe. That felt good. I'm talking a lot. And sometimes I forget to breathe. And sometimes I even forget my coffee. I do these live streams alone and I just talk all the time. And then I figure out I have coffee next to me. Man, that's good. That's good. What coffee is it today? Coffee today is from a small farm in Ethiopia. Lightly roasted, dried, naturally dried, with the beans inside the fruit. Perfect. Perfect. Love it. Okay. So that's what I'm watching on gold. And then if we switch to the green list right here, we will see, hello guys, welcome infinity and beyond. Welcome to the live stream. We got gold right here. Let me show you my setup, the one that I am in right now. Actually, let me just go in here and I'm gonna create some sort of structure here. I'm gonna go into the object tree here and I'm just gonna rename this to low time frame levels. Adding that as well. Great. Yeah, no, that's just my brain, you know, is just losing focus. It's like I see coffee, I think coffee, then I talk about coffee. Thank you, Nero. Thank you. Amazing live. You're amazing. You're amazing. How many lots can we enter? I don't know actually. I don't have that information. Can it be banned if you take big size? Not on the competition, but if you're talking about evaluations, yes. I mean, you lose account, but competition, not sure. I mean, you've all seen the results there. People are, dare I say, gambling. Yeah, I mean, we have people making hundreds of percent in a week. You know, maybe. Yeah, we're going to be watching silver shortly. We're looking through gold here, and we're very soon going to move over to USD. So I'm lagging a little bit here, so there's a little bit lag here in the stream on my local PC. So let me know if there's any issues with the quality of the stream. And by the way, if you know, this is Remy in the background. He's our moderator and producer in the background. So any comments that you see is most likely from Remy. So say hi to Remy, everyone. Say hi to Remy. Premio Capital, what's your bias on gold for today? So I'm the wrong person really to ask for a bias for the day. But if you want my view on the next 4 weeks, up with, you know, cloudy with a chance of sun, you know, or sunny with a chance of hail. Local hail. Yeah. Okay, so what I'm thinking for gold is I'm thinking perhaps a move down to test that trend line, or a wick down to test this general area down here, and then another upside move. And that's sort of like what my gold trade is based on here. So my this is the gold trade. Basically, is going, you know, boom, boom, boom. That's that's the sound of gold bouncing on the trend line, and then I'm looking for maybe back down to entry, and then for another push to the upside. Stop loss, as you can see, is right here. I'm waiting to move my stop loss to entry, whatever that low is. So that's my overall bias for gold. Bias on gold for the day is ranging. I think we're gonna stay within this range until after the FOMC projection. I think we're gonna move down and hit that. But I like, it doesn't matter. Does it? What I think doesn't really matter, does it? Right, okay, so now we are going to go to your USD. Good morning, first time being here. Thank you for joining. Welcome. Let me know if you do have any questions, anything that you need help with, from system development, tips and strategies, how to read charts, how to read patterns, how to integrate volume into your trading, whatever, how to develop a system, how to journal your trades, how to solve all your problems in trading. Maybe you want to talk about something else outside trading. Maybe not the right place, but trading psychology. Yeah, anything. Any question goes. Any question goes. But don't ask me about ICT, please. Because then we're just going to have 45 minutes of me going crazy. But if you're trading ICT, I love you. I respect you. Let me take your hand and show you the right path in life. Okay, next Euro USD. Okay, so what am I thinking on Euro USD? Hi, first time here. Are live participants rewarded, please? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Let me know what you mean. I am wonderful. And you do not trade ICT. No, whatever. We're not going to be talking about ICT. Okay, so Euro USD. Now, we're still within this channel, right? We're still within this channel. Keeps respecting, kind of keeps respecting the boundaries on that one. Question here is what happened to gold? Nothing happened to gold. Literally nothing. It's just ranging, doing nothing. Good question. I will get to all your questions after Euro USD here. So keep them coming. Any questions about my trading style, whatever, anything that you think might help you with me answering your question, let me know in the comments. Okay, so we are still respecting this low time frame channel right here. Actually, it's not really a low time frame channel. It's an intraday channel. It's on the 4 hour we're watching right now. If you look at the daily, what we can see in the daily here for Euro USD is what I believe could perhaps be a high time frame distribution range right here, where on the weekly we are looking at Euro USD creating a low time frame accumulation range, huge move to the upside, and then a new range up here as a high time frame range, which I believe has the characteristics of a potential distribution range, just like we had, accumulation, uptrend, distribution range, downtrend, V-shaped recovery, whatever, right? But I think so. That's my general bias here. But we also know that from a fundamental standpoint, and I'm talking about literally like every fundamental analyst out there, buy side, sell side, whatever, they're looking at USD as through the lens of weakness, right? They think USD is gonna be weak going into 2026, which is of course not gonna bring the euro down. But I'm looking at this and thinking, well, from my understanding of technicals and cycles, price action cycles, I am looking at USD from a bearish perspective. We can also kind of like, if we add, that trend line channel here, you can kind of get the feeling of this as well. So I'm kind of like, we have accumulation here, distribution. So distribution, and potentially distribution as well. And we might just get a move down to that level, but I still think that could be a very good trade. So that's what I'm thinking on the higher time frames for Euro USD. I did actually take a short here on Euro USD. I believe I took the short around this time on Euro USD. I got stopped out once we got above that high once again, and now I'm not in a trade because now there's a lot of indecision here on Euro USD. You can clearly see here that we have a higher high right here, and we could potentially be forming a higher low after forming that higher low as well. So there's a lot of indecision here on the daily time frame, I would say. Going down to the 4 hour again, we do have that sort of channel. Is it a flag? Is it a bull flag? I don't know. I don't know, but it's definitely downwards trending channel, and you can trade this like a bull flag, even if it's really a bull flag or not. Where basically you're going to be looking at a break and retest of the range, which I do not believe is happening right now, but I do believe that that level is very important. So we're going to be watching at that level. We're going to be watching at 1.166. A break and retest of that 1.166 level might take us up into the high time frame resistance area, which is around 1.17. I don't think we're going to get that move before FOMC today. The market is looking very quiet and boring today, so I don't think we're going to get that today. I'm just adding a few questions here to the list of questions I'm gonna go through. So keep them coming. Keep them coming. So I think that's pretty much my view on Euro USD. Reclaim of that level might get a move up higher. If we look at levels to the downside here, we can add a few fibs here. And we see that we're getting the 50% fib here, the 0.618. Is there any interesting daily level here? Not really. I think it's quite messy here for Euro USD intraday as well. I'm just gonna grab my chair here and I'm gonna be sitting down, so I'm gonna be lowering my desk here. Give me a second. I'm gonna mute the microphone. All right. We're gonna be looking at GBP USD as well. Okay, let's move on. I don't want to get stuck on this. Before we go on to GBP USD, I just want to remind everyone to hit the like and subscribe if you haven't done so already. Let's take on a question before we move on to I believe it was silver. We had someone wanted us to take a look at silver, and then we had AD CAD as well. If I forget everything and anything, just let me know. Do I mainly trade on market structure and fib? So yeah, I trade market structure, and I utilize quite a few tools in my trading, but the main my main way of trading, I can show you some open positions right now. So this is, for example, this is AUD USD right here, and I can show you my long-term view here on AUD NCD. And so I'm currently long AUD NCD, and it's basically based on, if I hide price action, basically what I'm watching is, this is on the weekly chart, so we're starting from all the way from the beginning of the 2000s, and I'm basically watching, this as a massive accumulation range. Now, I don't really know if we can categorize this as a accumulation range, but through the lens and through the concept of the Dow theory, if you will, we view this as a sideways range, which could be accumulation, and then a breakout out of this range. We start a massive uptrend. Now, as you can see here, I've removed price from the chart just to get a better view. Another thing you can do here actually is, if we add back price and we go to the monthly, then we're going to be adding a zigzag. We add a zigzag indicator, go into settings, and we want to remove all the, and then we add a white line here. And now we can remove price again. We get an interesting view of price action by only looking at the zigzag indicator and the swing points. And as you can see here, going to the weekly, what I have done here is I've marked out this uptrend, because we had accumulation here and then we had this uptrend, and I've marked out this. So right now we're not looking at price at all. We're just looking at indicators that is derived from price. So we're kind of seeing price action by just looking at swing points, which is almost like looking at the line chart, right? So if we go to the line chart, the weekly, and we add the line chart, it kind of gives us a similar view, but it's much more messier. But what I did was, you can see how very messy all of this is, but then if we remove price, it kind of gives you a better view. What I did was I took this area right here and I added a linear regression indicator, and I marked out the channel with a 1 standard deviation from the mean price of that uptrend. And then I simply copied this one, added it here, and projected this here and the timeline as well. So about 1,500, 600 days. And I'm assuming, not assuming, but I think there's a likelihood that AUD and CD will be potentially trending for the next 4 years or so. So I think AUD USD might be a wonderful pair to be trading, swing trading to the upside, long only in the next 4 years. And I'm going to try to make as much money as possible on that. And that is the overall idea for this trade and the reason why I went long here. Going to the lower time frames, I'm just going to change this one as well. Change the visibility of this. But as you can see, the way I'm trading is I'm utilizing the idea of the Dow theory, which says that the market moves in cycles between accumulation and distribution, and the market shows 3 types of trend on various time frames. You have the primary, the secondary, and the intraday trend, or the minor trend. I trade the secondary trends, but I need to understand the primary trend. And what we're seeing here with these white lines, I believe that's the primary trend. And then the secondary trend will be the moves within this primary trend. And it's the secondary trends that I'm trading, and that's why I went long here on AUD NCD. You see, we had that massive breakout, we came down, and when we get the break and retest, it is then time for me to add indicators. And what I do then is I add the fib. I think the fib tool, and it is a wonderful tool to use in trading. And the area I'm looking for is the area below the 0.618 for my entries, and I want that 0.618 to be in confluent with the first retest of the breakout, which we are, or the first retest of the level that broke, which is that one right here. We have a retest right here. I then went long on that candle right here, or actually I think I went long here. And I'm looking to ride this trend for as long as possible. Now we're looking for a 3.5% move on AUD NCD. Do I think I'm going to get it? Probably not. I think it's more likely to close the trade here or close the trade here at above 2R. But I'm going to try to trail the stops up on this one for as long as possible. Might take me weeks, might take me a month or two, but I'm just going to trail the stop. I'm not going to I let the market decide when it's time to exit a trade. I don't really exit a trade because I feel like it. I trade the secondary trend, and the secondary trend will be alive for as long as the secondary trend wants to be alive, and I will ride that trend for as long as I'm alive. All right, so that's the ADNCD. Basically, I'm still with this question, so you guys know. And then on gold, you'll see the same idea. You can go out to the weekly. What is the primary trend? Bullish, right? It's quite bullish. Primary trend is up. This is the primary trend right here. Going into the daily, I still believe that this is one move up, one move down, and one move up. This is the secondary trend right here that I'm trading within the bigger primary trend. And as you can see right here, again, I put a fib from that low to that high. Price comes down, hits that reload zone, which is the area between the 0.618 and the 0.786. And then I add some trend lines, and sometimes I add some moving averages as well to get a feeling for the areas of confluence. And then you'll see right here, if price comes down here and forms a higher low, then I'll move my stops here. And then if it moves up here and forms a higher low here, I'll move my stops up here, and then eventually, hopefully, it's going to hit that TP, or I'll be stopped out whenever there is a daily lower low. That's my strategy in a nutshell. Oh, a lot of question on that. Yes, I just told you I am going to check GBP USD. I will be and I've just explained the strategy. That's basically my whole strategy. That is my main strategy, trading. Let's take a look at AUD USD on the 4-hour. Yep, looks like a possible breakout right here. Keeps testing that resistance over and over again. Keeps testing that resistance over and over again. If we have a breakout, maybe it would be time to look for a breakout trade. This is looks to be an ascending triangle right here. We can also see that I've added a, but I do think that AUD/USD is probably at resistance here on the higher time frame. So if we go up to the weekly, yeah, it's testing that resistance area right here on the weekly. It's also testing that trend line area here as well. If you go to the daily, yeah, it's I mean, it does look rather strong. We had a breakout above this resistance here, but then we're coming up into that resistance area. But if we can form a decent structure here where you basically get this move, then I think a break and retest setup here would be quite interesting. And then where would you take profit on this one? I mean, this is good, right? Isn't it? To that high, that's a 2.3 hour trade. So this is actually a pretty decent trade. I'm going to be adding an alert here to see if I'm might actually be taking that trade. That's interesting. And then if this pattern fails, then maybe short it down. Short it down for a move back inside the range. Maybe into here. Henry says TP at 6671. 6671, that's right here. Yeah. Right, so 4 hour 6671. Yeah, that's a great level. Great level. I like that. All right. What do we have next? I have a question here. Can I copy trade my Fibers account from my personal account? Yes, you can. Shouldn't be a problem. I'm asking if live participants right now get free account giveaway. I really need an account from your firm. So we don't, sometimes we do giveaways, but we don't just give away accounts just like that. We do giveaways sometimes where there's a chance that you will win an account, but we're just not going to give you an account just like that. I want to become a funded the Fibers. I want to become the Fibers funded trader. How will that be possible? Because I don't have any a potion. What potion? Like a magical potion? Reminds me of when I was playing World of Warcraft. Let's check GBP USD. So I'm gonna check GBP USD, right? But you don't have to spam. Like I'm reading like this when I look at the window here, like what I see is just so you understand what I'm saying here. Like this is what I see. Okay? Like that's what I see. So yeah, I see your comment, all right? So we got GBP USD right here, and I think locally we have some strength here, but I eventually I think we you know, this is a tricky one because, and I talked about this one with Pedro yesterday. And Pedro also agreed that it would potentially be a good short here. And I would tend to agree with that. We're trading right inside this reload zone right now of that latest down move. Yes, we have a double bottom. We have a break and retest of the neckline of the double bottom. But that setup has already played out, right? If you mark the measured move on this one, it has almost perfectly played out. If you take it from the bounce down here, it actually did perfectly play out. And if this is a deviation below range low, and now we have reclaimed range low and we're trading back inside the range, we are actually testing the range EQ of this high time frame range. So I mean, if GBP USD moves like this, then I will be entering a big short on this one, because if we're looking at the weekly, yeah, I mean, I would probably be looking at something like this. On GBP USD, which is I feel like that's highly unlikely, but technicals are telling us that that might actually be the case for 2026. Someone's saying there's huge liquidity at the low. What how do you know that? Can we see liquidity? We can't, right? We don't know anything about that. We don't know if there's liquidity down there. All we know is that price has reacted from it in the past. You have to understand that the people that bought GBP USD down there, they might not be in the market next time it hits. Okay. Victor is away enjoying himself. He, makes too much money from trading. So he's just, as far as I know, he's on an island somewhere, drinking margaritas and watching the live stream from his phone on a beach. That's what Victor is doing. He's just traveling around like that all the time. How do we contact speaker? If you am I the speaker? You can contact me right here. Exactly. They see a low and it's like, oh, there's liquidity here. Yeah, there was liquidity. How do you know it's going to be liquidity next time it gets hit? And what is even liquidity? I think we let's just call it support and resistance, supply and demand. There was demand at a level. Will there be demand again? It's likely, but we have no idea, do we? Can I set up an account in my wife's name for tax reasons, then copy trade it from my... No, you can't do that. Every account that you have with us has to be in your real name, and any account that you have with an exchange has to be in your name as well. I think what you're talking about here is, I think, illegal. I think it's illegal, man. You have to look at the laws in whatever country you're in. I don't think you can... I think you're allowed to trade on someone else's account like that. Bad idea. I think that's called tax evasion. Tax reasons. Yeah, let's not do that. All right, moving on. What do we want to see now? Market makers? What do you mean market makers? What are... What do you mean market makers? You think it's the market makers that move the market? All right. What's leading the moves in the DAX? Let's take a look. Let's try to figure this out. I like that question. That's a good question. Let's try to do some research here. What do I think about footprint charts? I think footprint charts are amazing, and I'm not using them in my own trading. But if it's one thing I can say about footprint charts is that they are incorporating volume into price action. So you're basically seeing price, and then you're seeing the volume. Uh, you're basically looking at a candle, and then you can see levels of volume traded at different areas within the candle. And volume is a really interesting aspect of trading because you cannot see volume in price. Volume is the only thing that you cannot see in price because pretty much every other indicator, all the indicators out there is some type of calculation based on price. But then you have volume and volume indicators, and that adds a new layer to trading and a new layer to price action that is not visible in price. So traders that are utilizing price action and volume, I would argue, has a little bit bigger chance of finding an edge because you're introducing a new layer to trading that only price action traders have no idea about. Let's go back to this question here. What's leading the moves in DAX? Are we talking about the lower time frames? What time frame are we talking about? Are we talking about like this local move to the downside? Are we looking at this daily move to the upside? Is there anything in particular we're looking at? But let me do a quick scan. Oh, I forgot silver. That's right. I forgot silver. Let's go to silver. Sorry about that. I'll get back to your question soon. I gotta go to silver. And I'll take a look at the DAX in the 1 hour and 15 minute time frame shortly. But I did promise to take a look at silver, so silver is what we're going to be looking at. Someone saying you get scammed from this firm? No, I don't think so. Most likely you broke a couple of rules, and let me know what happened, and I gladly help you out. You can also reach out to our support that I am pretty sure will help you out with anything. But if it's something that is sure is that we're never scamming anyone, and we have never scammed anyone. Most likely what happened to you, good sir, is that you probably tried to scam us, and therefore maybe that was where the mistake happened. If you're going to keep spamming, I have to ban you, but I'm here to help you. So let me know what happened. I will gladly help you out. 100K and 600K account was terminated. Well, let me know. Tell me what you did because you did something, right? You did something, didn't you? You did something. Oh, tell me what you did. Tell me what you did. He's not gonna tell us what he did, is he? It's like, oh, I only hedged these two accounts. I traded news. Who doesn't? I didn't read the rules. I don't know. Anyway, we're here to help, so let me know. So, okay, silver, interesting. We're getting a continuation to the upside on silver. So yesterday we had another breakout on silver. Now this is interesting. Let me add gold to this. All right. So we're watching the candlesticks here are we're watching silver here on the candlesticks, and then the orange line is gold. That's just called the golden line. So we have one high on gold, a lower high on gold, and then we had a high on silver and equal high on silver, and then a higher high on silver when gold created a higher high, but just slightly. So gold is definitely, I mean, silver is definitely outperforming gold here, which I think is very, very interesting. And I wish I bought silver here at the same time as buying gold. Really wish I did that. Just give me a second, I gotta answer a message here. Yeah, so I'm it's a little bit difficult really to know how to trade this. I mean, I'm in the gold long and silver just keeps running, and I feel like, is it a good idea to buy silver here? I really don't think it is. I feel like it's just trading at too high of a price. I feel like it's a very speculative run, because I don't feel like gold has the same utility and fundamental strength that gold has. I feel like this is a very speculative driven move perhaps, but I have to say that there is a very clean level here. At this level on silver, if we do get a retest of that level and we do see that there's a bullish reaction to that level, of course we kind of have to look at potential buys, because we're in an uptrend. Everything is looking very, very strong. So yeah, definitely interesting to see that level. I'm going to be adding an alert here as well. All right, let's go through a couple of questions here before we go on to the next chart. Do we allow Python program algo that pushes order to MT5 for trading? If you're referring to an MT5 EA, then yes, we do allow trading with expert advisors through MetaTrader, but it needs to be your own. We do have systems set in place to understand when a trader is trading um, algorithms that is not coded by themselves. So make sure that you do that, because you're going to lose that account immediately if you are trading an EA that is not your own EA. We do welcome algo traders, but you need to actually be an algo trader. I'm not welcome. First of all, welcome. Happy to have you here. I'm not really sure I understand the question. Um, I'm not really sure I understand the question. We have funded accounts, but I'm not really sure what the question is here. I've not reached payout stage, but reason I would see a corrupt file terminal account if you're consistent and getting payouts. Those firms don't survive for long. The virus and FTMO seem the five. Yeah, I mean, you're mentioning two names here. The Fivers and FTMO were definitely leaders in the industry. I would say that there's probably like a handful of top firms in the industry, and the Fivers is up there in that, first or second spot. And I say this from the perspective of someone who was trading with the Fivers before I started working at the Fivers. I choose the Fivers as my main trading firm, because I do believe that the management and the founder is traders at heart, and it's running a genuinely uh, good business here. Okay, how to connect with user? My accounts got terminated without any reason. they have not been terminated without a reason. There's always a reason. You have to reach out to support or email support or go onto the website live support and they will help you out. I can unfortunately not help you out with account related issues in this live stream, but all I can say is that if it was shut down by mistake, then you're going to get a new account or the account is going to get activated again. But a lot of times what happens is you breach a rule and as support will help you out and figure out the situation. Yes, I'm happy to have so many new people coming into this live stream. Make sure that you do hit that like and subscribe if you have not done so already. Just let me check something here quickly. All right. You know, I haven't done a proper market scan for myself in a while, so I just want to go through the markets here and see if I can actually find a trade, position myself here, because I feel like I haven't had the time this week to do market scan. There's so much going on. I love working in this industry. It's basically it's a dream come true, isn't it? In when I started trading in 2016, 2017, crazy, it's almost 10 years ago now. I remember I started trading with a group of friends. We got into crypto together. Me and two more friends of mine, one coworker and a friend. We got into crypto. And I remember like had been in the market for a year and we were talking about trading and investing and we had no idea about anything. And I said like I remember we were talking and I'm like, it would be so cool to have. It would be so cool to have an office and just trade and make money and do analysis as a full-time occupation, right? And I said that in 2017. And yeah, it's pretty cool that that's exactly what I'm doing right now. So I went from you know, having a small laptop, you know, no money, working a pretty bad job at the time, is saying like I wish I had an office at home where I can just trade and do analysis all day. And then fast forward 5 years from that, and then today I got this office, I work at home, I control my own time, I do analysis, I trade, I do this. It's pretty cool, which just goes to show that it's you can all, everyone watching here is you can all do the same. I started from nothing, no idea about anything. I had no idea about trading, no idea about technical analysis, had no money, and it started from nothing. And if I can do it with all the limitations that I have, then anyone can do it. I promise you. I am the most undisciplined person you will ever meet. I am chaotic in my personal life. I am terrible at organizing things, and here I am doing this. It's incredible. It is just so weird. Anyway, let's do a quick little market scan here. Okay, so a question. I mean Python algo is running in VS Code that send order to trading in MT5, not the EA in MT5. The code is in my design, not copy anyone. Like I don't know what you're talking about here. Honestly, I don't know. Well, I know what you're talking about, but wouldn't the orders have to be sent? How are the orders being sent to MT5? Isn't the orders being sent to MT5 and then you have an EA grabbing the orders through a webhook? Explain the process. How I mean, I would be interested in to hear that, because usually what you do is you have a trading algo and then you take that algo and you code it into an EA that trades based on the algo, or you're going to have an EA that grabs the signals from a Python server or whatever via webhooks. So you're getting a signal from the algo. There's different ways of doing this. I would just be interested to hear how you're doing it. But as long as the orders are being executed within MetaTrader, then that shouldn't be a problem. I'm glad I have someone in here who who's like me. Okay, so let's go through this whole list now on a daily basis. See if we can find anything interesting here. USD CAD is trading very low, definitely. It's at the very low of this channel, but has it broken? Is it broken down? I don't like that. I don't want to be long on this. I'm sorry to hear that. I don't have the details of your situation, obviously, but what you can do is, of course, reach out to support, and um, they will forward that to the right people. Okay, let's go through the list here. Euro GBP. Now this this is interesting. That might be a long. I might go long on that today. Euro AUD. So that's on IC markets, is it? Yeah. Okay. So let's. I'm just gonna go to Euro AUD on Oanda. See if I have some drawings on here. I had some old drawings. Okay. So I think it's Euro AUD where I might be looking at. Yeah. So a potential breakdown is what I'm seeing here on Euro AUD. But I'm not sure about that. I'm gonna add it to the green list. No, it's EuroCAD. Okay, so it's EuroCAD. This is the one, and we're retesting that level. I kind of want to go short on this. I think we have a massive short here. So I'm going to be adding that. Euro NCD, yeah, I'll be adding that as well. Euro USD, not going to have that. So I'm just going through my whole list of markets here, and then I'm going to add everything I like to the green list, and then we'll go through the green list for potential trades. GBPAD, no. Anyone know what NQ&E is? Used to get big dump. I don't see anything on financial dues. Okay, let me first, before I go into that, let me do a market scan. Well, not a market scan, but a news scan. All right, so we're getting. I do read some news on rates. I think I can just share the window here and kind of show you my process. Yeah, that's right. MetaTrader 5 does have direct API. You know what? To really confirm that that is the case, you should probably have to reach out to support to ask them if it's okay with trading with the direct access API instead of a MetaTrader. So do we have anything happening right now? So what I'd like to do first, of course, is to look at the Financial Juice website here and try to see if we can find anything that is potentially market moving. I'm gonna look at NASDAQ. So we are seeing a move down on NASDAQ. We are seeing a move down on the S&P 500 as well. Now let's go and see, do we have anything happening right now that might move this? Yeah, okay, so here is a big thing I'm seeing. This says right here, traders no longer see any ECB interest rate cuts in 2026. That might affect the outlook. We have the International Monetary Fund Managing Director speaking on the Chinese economy. And we can also go to Bloomberg. And on the front page of Bloomberg, we're seeing this article right here. It says global bond yields hit 16-year high on fading rate cut bets. I've opened a new tab here as well. We can look at this one right here. This is that article. And we now have, trying to get some information here. We have this one as well, saying traders now see ECB hiking rates in 2026 as hawkish bets grow. Now, what I would be interested in seeing is if the interest rate decision on Polymarket has made any difference. This is Polymarket right here, and we are now looking at a go in and we select Fed decision. We see right now 97% chance of a 25% basis cut, 0.25% decrease. And it is only, so I'm not really sure I'm seeing anything super obvious. But it's not a huge move, is it? But it could have to do with the ECB expectations of more hawkish. Yeah, I don't know. Let's switch back to TradingView. Okay, where did I look at? I looked at GBP USD, I think. Continue to scan here. GBP NCD is in somewhat of an interesting area here, but I don't like it. I'm going to move on. GBP USD, I'll move on from that one as well. AUD CHF, good breakout. AD CAD, nothing. AD NCD, that's the one I'm in currently. I like that. AD USD, not interested. We got NCD CHF, not interested. NCD CAD, not interested. NCD USD, not interested. CAD CHF is interesting. Maybe. I mean, the DAX, being Germany, has a much closer relationship with the, the interest rates, right? And the ECB. So definitely comments from the ECB definitely moves DAX before it moves the US indices. But all in all, on the long term, they kind of move together. Okay, we got CAD CHF, we got USD JPY. Wow, look at that trade. Damn it. Should have entered that one. I had a conversation with Dirk and LJ, and they're super bearish on USD JPY, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to buy this because their fundamentals kind of make sense. But yeah, I mean, look at that. Look at that kind of pin bar-ish or hammer type of candle on support right there. By the way, guys, next Next Tuesday, I have the CMT2 test. I don't think I'm gonna make it. It's 150 questions. It's a 4-hour long sitting, and I'm so behind. I've had so much work to do. I've completely like time just flies, you know. I hope I'm gonna make it because I've been studying for a long time for it. But I don't think I'm gonna make it. I know I said the same thing when I did the CMT1 test this summer, but I also think I might have to take a year between the tests. Like I took the CMT1 test this summer, and then I got the results at the end of August, and then I started studying at the end of August. It's only like 4 or 5 months I've been studying. I think that's not too much. That's a little too little time. I need more time. But yeah, I got till next Tuesday to really put my head down and really study hard. It's gonna be a lot of late nights. I did a mock exam. There's a company called Optuma, which is closely related to CMT. They release mock exams, and I did a mock exam this weekend, and I think I passed 70%. But I believe to be safe, I need to pass 80%. I think the passing rate is 80%. I'm studying for CMT. So what is CMT? CMT is like the gold standard of a professional certification within technical analysis. So what you do is you it's based on you have CMT 1, 2, and 3, and then after CMT 3 you can join the CMT association, and then if you're approved, you become a CMT charter holder, which enables you to use the title CMT. And yeah, it's a very long, difficult process, and it's actually very, very good education. It's probably the best education in technical analysis I've ever had in my life. But it's a professional certification type of education, so it's not gonna make you a better trader, but it's gonna make you a 10 times better analyst. You know, actually, it's probably gonna make you a better trader as well. But it's more about it's more about it's a professional certification. It's not a personalized course where do a course and become a better trader. It's more like go this course and you'll get better jobs in the industry, basically. Euro JPY, not interested. Let's move on. Chief, no. GBP, JPY, nope. Okay. Gold, I have gold already. What about Bitcoin? Bitcoin looks not great. Okay, we'll go to the green list now. This is the green list. Let's move everything that's interesting to the first. We have the open trades, are going to be here, and then we go through this list to see if we can move anything from to this middle list right here. You can remove your USD. You can remove Bitcoin. CAD CHF is interesting. We'll add an alert here. It's interesting, but it's not too interesting. Euro CAD is very interesting. We might enter a trade on that today. Euro GBP also very interesting. But the problem here is I would like to go short on Euro CAD and long on Euro GBP. Okay, did NAS just drop? Let's take a look at that again. But guys, you're saying it dropped, but it's like we're looking at the daily here, and we have not moved outside this range since last week. So even if we're looking at the lower time frames, there's nothing like there's, well, yeah, on the 1 minute something's happening, but it's been dropping and pumping quite a lot. But yeah, okay, this is a strong move though, even if it's on the lower time frames. So let me just go over to Bloomberg to see if we what's happening here. I'm not seeing a reason for that move. My trade on gold. Welcome to the stream. I think you're just coming in here, so make sure that you do hit that like while you're here. This is my trade on gold that I'm holding, and I've been holding it for half a month. Now, let's take a look at Euro CAD. I like Euro CAD here, and I am going to I'm most likely going to open a trade here. When I do, I'm going to switch over to MetaTrader because I need to log into my personal broker here on TradingView. I'm doing all of my trading through TradingView, but I just need to make sure that I'm not showing you all my login credentials and everything when I log into broker. So I do all my trading through TradingView, and then it gets copied over to the fibers. So you can instead see the why am I not seeing the accounts here? I have different MetaTrader installments, so I have to make sure I select the right one. But let me just switch over to MetaTrader here. You can see that instead. And then I will be logging into my broker here while I simply just connect my personal account to a copy trader, and then I connect all the prop firm accounts to the copy trader. So I trade everything I trade. I trade for my personal broker that I have connected to TradingView. So I trade within TradingView, and then all of those trades are being copied over. With one exception, I can't trade gold on the personal account. Just give me 1 second here. Right. So let me see here. Okay, I'm gonna switch back to trading view here, and right, sorry about that. I had a message I had to answer. I will simply analyze this, and I'm not gonna enter a position on this until after the stream, because it's difficult for me to go through all the details live and then enter a trade. It's much better for me to kind of like go through all the details here and go through all the details here, and then when I get a piece of quiet and some time, get a couple of minutes after I've handed over to Richard B and Will, I'll make a decision on this. But right now, what I'm thinking here is EuroCAD. I'm liking for a short, because it looks to me like this is a potential. So there's two options here, right? Either we have kind of reclaimed this, we broke above here and reclaimed this as support, and we're kind of stabilizing here as support, or we are seeing a distribution range, because EuroCAD is trading at a level where it has not been trading since 2009. So after the financial crisis, right? It's trading in an area where it usually does not trade for very long, you know, which leads me to believe that maybe this is actually a distribution range. And you can look at here on the daily, you can see the trajectory of this overall trend is weakening. But then I added that level, and it also feels like maybe we're just getting down into this support. But we broke in below a range here. We tested that level from the downside, and I'm thinking there's a potential for a short here. So that's EuroCAD. But then if we look at Euro GBP, we've hit that trend line. We're inside the reload zone. I quite like this. If we go to the weekly, though, we're still at a high, but we're not trading very high. There's still room to the upside before we hit historic highs. So I actually think Euro GBP might be the better trade, because if you look at EuroCAD, it can still come up and test, these levels. We had a very impulsive move to the downside because of the job market numbers, I believe, from Canada last Friday. Why was the level used? Did you see that? I think it's my connection. Am I still here? You can still hear me and see me, right? Let me know, because I think there's something weird happened with my connection. Good. So I think there's a potential of seeing upside here on EuroCAD. Looking at Euro GBP, it's a really good level here as support. We have one bullish candle. We had the next one bullish. On the 4 hour, kind of looks like we have a double bottom here. I like what I'm seeing here from this perspective. It looks rather strong. I quite like this. Could be adding the RSI and the MACD here. Let's add some moving averages. Go to the daily. It's definitely... This is a good question, but there's more to it than just the rate cuts, right? And it's not about... And the rate cuts are already priced in. Like, there is such a high chance of getting a... There's a high chance of getting a rate cut, and it's like at Polar Market, it's like 97%. So it's already priced in. People are so sure that it's going to be a rate cut. So what's driving the dollar right now is other things, right? Which I'm not qualified to talk about, if I'm going to be honest. How many hours roughly are you trading per day? I would say active trading and active analysis, I would say 1 to 2 hours a week is probably what I spend on trading. But you know, I'm doing this live stream, and by the time Will comes on, I've been live here for 2 hours. So, but I don't really, I don't look at that as trading. This is more just analysis for you guys. But for my own personal trading, probably 1 to 2 weeks, 1 to 2 hour a week. So I don't really see a reason not to go long on Euro GBP here. I really like this. So and the question is then, well, should I wait till tomorrow after that FOMC, or should I put in orders like down here if there's a wick? If I take profit up here around the highs, or all the way up here, I can still have like a 2R trade. Can even have it down here. What if the volatility from the FOMC is gonna take me into trade down here? That's gonna be a wonderful entry, and I'll be able to have a very, very wide stop. It's just an idea. It's not usually the way I trade, but it kind of makes sense, you know. Just put an order in there and hope it gets filled. And then if it doesn't get filled, then I'll wait for a break and retest of the highs here. I quite like that, actually. Otherwise, the trade would be entering here with a stop here and then exiting around that level, which is risky to do during FOMC, definitely. So maybe I'll just add an order down around that area for sorry, I gotta close down WhatsApp. I'm getting so many messages. All right, let me know any more questions from you guys. Let me know. But I think this will probably be the trade. EuroCAD, I'm gonna be moving down here. I don't think that's gonna be the trade. Go back to gold. If we have any intraday movements here. All right, so let me go back to, let me add back the low time frame levels. As you guys remember, in the beginning of the live stream, I talked about if this support level breaks, we might come down and hit this support level below, which is around 4,180. I think that's the move we're seeing right now. And we are, of course, reacting to this level right now. Yeah, of course. We would definitely consider that. I don't have any problem with that as well, at all. And we are actively reaching out to a lot of different influencers and inviting them on to the show. So if there's any particular trader you want to see on here, let me know, and we'll see if we can reach out and contact them. Bro, I'm gonna see if I have any questions here in the chat. Someone asking USD JPY is a long. Well, I think if we look at USD JPY, I think the move has an interesting drawing here. Yeah, okay, so this is what I drew when we talked with LJ and Dirk about USD JPY being potentially bearish, and that we could potentially see a lower high here and then that move to the downside. And that idea is still potentially in play, but I feel like it's quite bullish. And the trade for USD JPY was obviously this right here, and that trade is gone. I don't think, at least on the daily. Now, if we go into the lower time frames, I think we have a local top here. I don't think this is a buy. I think it might be a sell to lower levels here. All right, so I think I'm done scanning the markets. That's not a lot to look at for today. So let's pivot the conversation to maybe trading psychology and some of the issues that you guys might have experienced in your own trading. So I would love for you guys to share some of the things that you feel might be difficult in your trading journey. And while I wait for those comments, there's something I would like to share, and that is the fact that I've had, I've gone through this journey as a trader. Okay, before we do that, I'm just going to answer this one, of course. Possible for gold to come down to 4,022. Anything is possible. Like you know it's possible. Is it likely? Let's see. So basically, you're asking about this support area right here, and yeah, that might be possible. Might be possible. Might be very possible. But I think I mean, might get a wick down there, but I think we're going to hit that trend line. I think that is, um, it's more likely to hit that trend line. Sorry, I just have a message I could answer here. Okay, we got Carlo says, you take too many trades when you're down, so I lose more. Yeah, that is, but I wanted to share something, right? I've gone through this journey of, testing all different trading styles, and when I'm in my best flow state of mind is when, there's this, you go into this state of mind where you stop really caring about your trades, right? And you need to go into a uh, state of mind where, sorry, I need to take this. um Right. Okay. So I'm terribly sorry, but my son keeps texting me, and yeah, it's a mess. Um, yeah, definitely. It sounds like revenge trading. Set your up a personal daily loss limit. Is that not working for you? Come back tomorrow. So, revenge trading and over trading is closely related, right? And I would say that the best thing that you can do is figure out the statistics of your system, right? So, you have a system, or maybe you're trading from a discretionary point of view, and what you can do is, even if you're trading from a discretionary point of view, go through the markets with the replay tool in TradingView, and take all the trades that you would have taken normally through your system. Just go back on the time frame you're trading. Let's say you're trading the 1 hour. Go to the 1 hour, and then simply go through one bar at a time. And as soon as you see a setup, you take that setup, and then you look at your statistics, right? And you do that for a long time. You get a big number of trades, maybe, let's say, to start with, at least 50 trades or 100 trades, preferably many hundreds of trades, but at least 100, right? And look at the statistics, and you'll see that, what is your max number of trades that you're going to be taking in a day, or your average number of trades in a day. I think it's best to look at the average number of trades. So if you're a day trader and intraday trader, look at what is the average number of trades that you take in a day. And let's say that's 3 or 4. Let's say you take 3 or 4 trades on average a day. Then you know that if you go above 3 or 4 trades a day, you're in going into the realm of over trading. So that's going to be a warning sign for you. Okay, so on average, I take 3 trades a day, and now I've taken 4 or 5 trades a day. Then you need to stop. You know that, okay, now you've hit your limit of what your system is offering you in the market, because your system is not going to offer you um, unlimited opportunities on a daily basis. It's just going to have a certain amount of time that your edge is appearing in the market, and you need to understand your system in and out to really be sure about that. And that's going to help you. That's going to help you figure out when it's time to stop trading. And or you can just, like what Chris is saying here, you can have a daily limit on how much you can lose. All right. But I think all of most of your issues in trading, like most of the mental errors that you're making, is coming from trading a system that is not in line with your personality. And I think that is the most important part to figure out. So guys, this is why you should always be two online when doing a live stream. All of these. Okay, back to focus here. I think all your problems, like I said, in trading will get so much better if you find a trading style that fits your personality. So for me, for example, I like the idea of being a scalper, a day trader. I like the idea of having like a specific session in a day where I trade. So let's say, for example, the first hour of the New York session, the first hour of the London session. I would love to have a strategy or a system where I only trade during that time or a specific time in the day, and I trade the lower time frames. But that that's something I want to do, but I know that whenever I try developing system like that, and I found success in testing the system, but when it comes to implementation, actually trading it live manually, I always fail because I've noticed that um, I need to. I'm the type of person where I need time before I can make a decision. I'm not really good at making fast decisions in a stressful environment, and I feel like trading the lower time frames, you need to be able to take quick decisions, and you need to be functioning well in a stressful environment, which I'm not. Like I'm the type of person I can't. I'm not. I'm like I can't work at McDonald's, right? you know, uh, environments where there's a lot going on all the time. There's a lot of stress. I don't really function well in those environments, and I know that the lower time frames is you need to be very focused and you need to be able to be calm under that type of pressure with fast decisions. But in swing trading, you can take it a little bit slower. You can take it easy. You can look at the higher time frames, and you can base your decision on maybe the 4 hour candle or the daily candle, which leads to less decisions in a day, and it leads to you being able to have um, think about your decisions over a much longer time period. And that's why swing trading fits my personality much better. Even if maybe that's not the thing I want to be doing, if I've kind of been forced to take on the role as a swing trader because that's what I'm supposed to be doing, you know? And I think everyone needs to find trading personality. I think that's super, super important. And if you can't find that trading personality, you're going to be suffering a lot in trading. Get a comment here saying, I'm all with you as an ADHD kid with major dopamine and adrenaline rush. I am doing 70% better on 5-minute chart compared to 1 minute or lower. 1 minute or lower? Yeah, I mean, I'm happy. I'm happy that the 5 minute is helping, and I think that switch is also. I mean, for me, anything below the 1 hour is just a no go. But for you, maybe that switch from just the 1 minute to the 5 minute. I mean, that's a 5 times bigger time frame, which gives you 5 times more of a buffer for decision making. But then that might fit you better. I mean, for me, I need to be above the 1 hour for that to make sense to me. But it makes a lot of sense. No, it doesn't. For me, it doesn't eat up in my profits unless it just starts ranging forever. But if I can hit my TP for within a couple of weeks, it's not going to eat up too much of my profit. Let's go to gold here real time. We're kind of creating a low here on gold. I feel like if we can start trading higher and sort of break the structure, maybe something like that might be a possible long higher on gold up to that level right below 4,220 we talked about previously in the live stream. So I'm going to be monitoring that. I trade gold and I used to it, but I want a similar pair to trade with quick movements and scalp. Please suggest quick movements and scalps. I think maybe I mean when we launch once we launch the futures, I think it kind of would make sense to look at the US indices, right? Because if you look at the NASDAQ here from a 1 minute, 5 minute perspective, I mean, obviously you're going to be able to see there's a lot of movement here. There's a lot of movement here. I mean, let's look at Euro USD. There's going to be the same type of movement on Euro USD as well. From a risk to reward perspective, from a market structure perspective, there's going to be the same type of movement, right? I think right now, at least, the volatility is very similar across all of these pairs. So I don't think it's about one asset, right? It's about more about looking at where the volatility is currently. I know a lot of people trade the DAX short term because of the clean moves and the volatility that you're seeing, but it's also cyclical. We're launching futures very soon. I don't have a specific date for that right now, but we are launching it very soon. Is gold good for swing trading? I think everything's good for swing trading. Gold is very good for swing trading. Every market is good for swing trading. But I'm also saying that because I'm a swing trader. You know, these 2 hour long 2 hour live streams alone, when you're a swing trader and you've just covered the whole market, and then it's like, okay, what now? And then you feel like it's very tempting to go into the lower time frames, right? It's very tempting to go into lower time frames, but I know that my profitability, the lower I go into the lower time frames, and the more my profitability will go down. It's on the higher time frames where I have my edge. So let's look at AD CHF, AD NCD. This is a trade that I'm in currently right now. This is the trade. Look at the lower time frames right here. We do have a nice little wick here on the 4 hour, like that. I am waiting for another higher low on the daily, which might come in. It could take several days, could be sometime next week. But if it does come in next week, then I will move that stop up below that new higher swing low. Just gonna take a quick look at the news. Let's see if we have anything interesting happening. All right, it says right here we got two breaking news. Says ECB's Lagarde, which is the European Central Bank President, Lagarde, says may upgrade projections again in December. Growth projections are likely to be revised higher. So that's the ECB speech that we had. Maybe it's going on right now. And here we have ByteDance. So ByteDance is, I believe, the creators and owners of TikTok. ByteDance and Alibaba keen to place large orders for NVIDIA H200 chips after Trump approved exports. So that's for NVIDIA. And here it says very limited quantities of the H200 chips are currently being produced, and Chinese tech firms are concerned about the H2 supply, seeking clarity from NVIDIA. So there's huge demand for these new chips, and there's low supply. So what happens if you have high demand and low supply? Prices rise. That's the whole underlying foundation for free capitalistic markets, right? Driven by the forces of supply and demand. So naturally, with these two headlines, we should be seeing NVIDIA move higher. And with NVIDIA moving higher, we should see the general, the stock indices, especially the NASDAQ, move higher. Because NVIDIA right now actually makes up for a fairly large percentage of both the S&P 500 and NASDAQ. Interesting to see how the markets are going to be opening based on that. Let's go to Bloomberg, see if we can find anything interesting from this. Okay, this is pretty insane. Have you guys heard about this? Elon Musk's SpaceX is looking to launch an IPO in 2026, and as it says right here, raising far above 30 billion. Now, what's crazy about this is the evaluation. I'm going to see if I can find the number. Yeah, this is insane. The Elon Musk-led company is targeting a valuation of about 1.5 trillion for the entire company, which would leave SpaceX near the market value that Saudi Aramco established during its record 2019 listing. The oil major raised 29 billion at the time. This is, I mean, 1.5 trillion. It's difficult to wrap our heads around. At least for me, it's difficult to wrap my head around how much money that actually is. I've looked at the. I've looked at the. I remember when we talk about the investments in the AI space in the US. I think that was around 400 billion or something like that. And then I looked up the GDP for Sweden, and I think it was like close to that, or even more than the whole country's GDP. And here we're talking about 1.5 trillion for one company. One company worth more than several small countries combined. Absolutely insane. So that's interesting. Interesting to see SpaceX launching an IPO next year. We also have Anthropic, the creator of Claude, the LLM, which is a competitor to ChatGPT, is also going to be launching an IPO in 2026. That's going to be very, very interesting. With that said, we got Rich in the background. If you want, Richard, let me know if I can add you. All right. Hey, man.
Hello, hello, hello. My microphone was acting weird there for a second. Wasn't touching it.
Happy to have you here. Happy to have you here. I've been here alone for 2 hours now, and I'm getting. I don't have a lot. I don't know what to talk about. It's like
getting a little crazy, are we?
Yeah, a little bit.
Why have you been alone? Like, who did not arrive?
So usually during this time we have Anastasia and LJ, but LJ is taking a day off, and Anastasia is away on business trips as well. So here I am.
The main man going solo. How was your solo album going? Did anybody give you good reviews for your solo album?
Yeah. Well, let me know in the comments. Let me know how any reviews, how many stars, 1 to 10. How many stars?
You're going platinum, babe. You're going platinum.
Yeah.
Gonna sell all over the world. I saw you were just talking about the Elon Musk, ex-South African, by the way. Just saying. We do make them crazy down here. His company that he's trying to do an initial public offering for in the trillions. 1.5 trillion.
1.5 trillion. Yeah.
That is ridiculous. Like
it is. I'm going to look
at
the.
I can't even fathom the amount of money that is. It's so beyond my scope. It's ridiculous. Wow. 10 stars. Explorer saying 10 stars, mate. I see Will was in the background. Now there's just nobody.
I'm trying to look at the valuation of Nvidia.
Isn't Nvidia also like a $1 trillion company at the moment?
I think it's the most valued company right now. Yeah, 4.5 trillion.
Yeah.
What? So in October 2025, it peaked at 5 trillion. Wow. 5 trillion? Do we? How many? Wow, how many billions is there in a trillion? 1,000?
1,000, yeah.
So it's
a
it's
thousand, thousand, thousand.
5,000 billions.
That is,
What?
I mean,
That's
a billion is 1,000 million, so a trillion is 1,000 billion. Like, how?
yeah.
What?
Okay. How many billions is there in a trillion? Let's see. I
It
think
should be
it's yeah.
1,000.
It's 1,000 billion in a trillion, which means Nvidia is valued at 5,000 billions. Okay. So how many millions is a trillion?
It's 1,000. It
That's
is
interesting.
donkulous. I mean, if you just look at the top list, it's Nvidia, then Apple, then Microsoft, then Alphabet, which is
Wait. Is this is 1 trillion is 1 million million, which means Nvidia is valued at 5 millions million. Is it that is insane.
yeah, it is. It is beyond comprehension. It is. It is quite silly. It is so
Okay,
silly.
so 5 million million.
5 million million. So how many
Hello.
zeros?
Sorry,
But the
guys. I was sorting my webcam out, so my
So a
brother was
trillion is
using it.
12 zeros. 12 zeros. Oh.
You're not talking about my bank account again, are you?
No, dude. We said positive, not negative.
Oh, I thought you were on about debt. Sorry.
Yeah, positive amounts, not negative amounts. Now we're busy talking about the most valued companies at the moment because next year Elon Musk is going to do a initial public offering, an IPO, for one of his companies,
Oh, okay,
and
fair.
it's to be valued at $1.5 trillion. That's what he's hoping for valuation.
Yeah.
Woof.
But then and I thought like, oh, that's quite a lot. But then I looked at Nvidia and it's valued at 5 trillions. And I'm like, well, 5 trillions, that's quite a lot.
What?
Uh
Hasn't
so yeah,
OnlyFans taken over?
yes, like
Yep.
well, I think the value is 4.5 now. But like
Yeah.
that's so and then I thought like, okay, so a trillion, that's a lot of money, but I wonder how many billions that is. And 1,000 billion, but how many millions? It's a million million. And I'm like, what do you mean a million million? That to me is just crazy. I
12
thought
zeros.
$1 million was a lot, but then now we're talking about a million million, a million times a million. No, that can't be right.
Literally 12 zeros. Like imagine, look at your bank account, and then you just imagine adding
12
in
zeros.
my
12
case,
zeros because I have no zeros.
11
Yeah.
zeros.
You have 10. Yeah, you have like 10 in your account.
So I got $1 in there. Let's add 12 zeros. Oh, it's insane.
That's a lot
it
of
is-
money, man. Like, that's
Yeah,
a
it is
lot of
silly,
money.
silly amounts of money.
I wanted to ask like ChatGPT or whatever, like how many Bugattis can you buy with a trillion? But now we have to think like how many countries can you buy with a trillion? You know?
Like
Yeah,
Bugatti
fair.
is not even a metric that we can use to measure anymore. It's too small. We need a bigger metric.
Yeah.
How many oil guru companies can we buy? How many Aramcos can we buy? You know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
what continent can we buy? For a
What's the
trillion?
What's the color of your petrochemical company? You know,
Yeah, what color's your
That's a good
country
one.
like?
yeah, what color
Yeah.
is your country? Okay, that sounds a little bit
I
racist.
was literally about to say.
That
Let me
sounds like
backtrack. Let me backtrack.
yeah.
up on that one.
Let's rewind. Let's forget about that.
Yeah, never mind. I didn't say that.
I mean, in all seriousness, this is ridiculous amounts of money. It
That-
is
that's
serious.
It really is.
And here we are.
It's difficult to wrap my head around. Because imagine if you have, imagine.
Here
I-
we
I
are
can't- I
trying to
can't,
make 1 to 10 lot trades. You know,
Yeah.
when there's companies like Nvidia that's walking around with $4.5 trillion in worth.
Yeah, this is interesting. Like $1 million, and then you take that times 5 million. So imagine if you have you know, $1 million just sitting here on the desk, which is a lot of money, like a lot of money. But then you take that times 5 million, it's going to fill up your whole house. It's going to go from like filling up your desk to filling up your whole house.
Have you seen there's a sketch, like a cartoon sketch with is it Scrooge McDuck? Like from like the Looney Tunes, like Daffy Duck and all. I'm sure it's Scrooge McDuck. He puts I think he puts $100,000, and he goes, "This is $100,000. Is this much?" And blah blah blah. And then the little Daffy Ducks are like, "Oh my god, that's not actually that much." And goes, "Here's $1 billion," and they're all stacked up, and like the $100,000 is like to the ceiling, and then like the $1 billion goes through the roof into the atmosphere and around the world.
Yeah.
That's $1 million. You imagine $1 trillion. How many times you could go around the world with that?
I mean, Scrooge McDuck had a whole room full of gold coins, so
yeah, that's gold coins. Like that's nothing. That's probably nothing if you compare it to $1 trillion. Because like
that's pennies.
How much? Yeah, that's like insane. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna leave it to you guys. We have an interesting comment here saying that your YouTube title says fast scalping, but it's misleading because you have not taken in setups. You should stop giving false information. Well, we do have a couple of hours left of the live stream, and I guess to make up for that, some of you have to take a scalp setup to make up for that.
Oh
okay.
No.
I'll see what I can do. I'll see what I can do on my live 100K funded account.
Let's go. All right, I'm going to switch over to you, Richard, and then I will be leaving you guys, and I'll be back later. Take care, everyone, and I'll see you soon. Bye.
Have a good one, Jonatan.
Yeah, bro.
The captain steering the ship all solo, mate, through weathered storms, and then we have comments of people that are accusing us of false information. That's
well, you know what you need to do now. You need to take some quick scalps.
I have to. I'm forced now.
You must. It is an undoubtable, unquestionable responsibility. What's the next?
£1, we have consolidation. We are having a breakout of
actually, that looks really good. In all seriousness, that actually looks really nice. I may take this.
I was literally about to say, I'm just going to wait for this candle to close.
Yeah, then literally that. Scalp it quick. You got to be in and out.
Yes.
In and out, real quick.
Yes.
And I want you to long it back up on a pullback on the 1 minute. I don't know. What? You must. I don't know. Just because I'm not brave enough to do it, I suppose. Do you know what you must do?
What must I do?
You must trade on the 1 minute time frame for 10 minutes. Oh, no, that's a bit too long. Let's give you 5 minutes. Let's go from 22 to quarter to. You must trade in the 1 minute time frame. Therefore, scalping.
Well, the boss has spoken. The boss has said, or you could keep chatting about trading and waste time.
Yeah. Or we could do that. We can completely waste our time and chat about trading. Because you have said so, we shall take invalid trade setups and potentially blow our accounts just to keep you happy, my friend.
What does it look like on the... I mean, this might be a fake out, mate.
Yeah, no, it's wicking a little bit. In fact, if you jump over to mine real quick, look at. I've just drawn out this this lower box here. It's wicked into it.
I literally just drew it as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've just drawn this box and I've looked at it and I thought, ooh, actually, what's it doing on the Ooh, the euro looks quite nice.
What are we to do, my friend? What are we to do? We cannot satisfy anybody.
We must scalp.
And now I'm getting accused of taking Tory, what is it? Tory's tan lines as well. Now he's painting Tory tan lines.
What's a Tory
Still no
line?
trading. I guess, sorry guys, I can't satisfy anybody today.
You were the one saying fast scalping, not me. Yeah, fair. Okay, so we can slow scalp.
I mean, to be fair, I mean,
we did.
we're forced to. We have to.
We did encourage it. We did encourage this behavior. We do, yeah, fair. Now he's paying. I actually don't know what Tory tan lines are,
I know who Tory Trades is.
and I know what tan lines are.
I know what tan lines are, but I don't know the correlation.
I can't speak for Tory's tan lines. I don't know if she has tan lines. You know, I'm not in a circle enough to see her tan lines.
It's a
Fortunately.
meme, apparently.
Oh, no way.
What is Tory tan line memes?
Tory
Let's
tan
have
lines
a
is
look.
a meme. Oh, dude, I'm gonna have to Google this.
I'm literally googling it
Oh,
now.
okay, I'll let you Google it then. Listen, I have the best fast scalping strategy. Well, Joshua, share it, my friend. Oh, he has. He actually has. Enter a buy and a sell at the same time.
It's 10 lines on people. That's I can't find the meme.
But again,
It's just 10 lines on people, mate. That's all it is.
Oh.
So I'm not going to bring it up.
I hope you have your safe search on.
I mean, the internet should be worried about what I'm searching. Nah, mate.
Enter a buy or a sell at the same time. One has to definitely win. You don't enter a stop loss. You can get SL if you don't put one. Wink, wink.
I mean, that is some nugget. You can't hit a win if you don't.
You can't hit a stop loss if you don't have a stop loss.
Yeah, so you can't hit stop loss if you don't have one. I mean, remove it completely from the equation. Why not?
Bro is speaking facts.
Yep, that is true.
Technically, it's not a stop loss. It's a margin call. There's a difference.
You also know what you won't have. You won't have a stop loss, but you won't have an account. It's gonna hit margin call.
The gamer don't need to force yourself to take a trade.
Mate.
These are the comments that I like.
Nah, mate. We're taking the Mickey out of chat. I'm not going to force it.
We're just pulling your leg. We're bantering with you guys.
Yeah, it's just banter.
Although Louis, I like this comment. But have you seen Tory Trades tan lines? No. No.
I have not. That's the thing. When I went to go and search for it, I was like, I cannot bring this up onto the YouTube. I cannot bring it onto the live stream because
you can actually find Tory Trades tan lines. But Tory, what do you do, man? Never go posting your tan lines on social media, girl. Keep that private to yourself. I mean, unless you're at the beach, or unless you've got a hella tan and you want to like show it off. So I mean, it's up to you then, I suppose. Tory's an awesome trader, to be fair, but I haven't seen her tan lines, and I don't want to see her tan lines. But can we move the conversation on to something?
Yeah, let's talk about actual trading, mate.
Before I end up accidentally digging myself into a hole I can't recover from. Okay, yeah, I think I'm going to be selling GU here. Oh no, I missed a potential entry.
You're selling GU. All right. I'm going to have a look at GU. So we had a slight area of consolidation, which is expected because we're waiting for this high impact news that's coming from the US later today, which is the federal funds rate. So we're waiting to hear whether or not they're going to cut the interest rate by 25 base points. Follow me for more pro tips.
I like that. Oh shit! I've just been tagged in. That was quick.
Selling.
Yeah, I hope so.
Mate.
Yeah, I'm selling. Let me.
So the thing is, the consolidation makes sense. We're kind of like just gathering liquidity for a move, for a build-up. And that's why we have consolidation. Now, the thing is, I think the news is coming out much later today. So, yeah, it's 7 p.m. UK time. So we have a fair few hours before the news comes out, like proper amount of hours. But there's still moves that happens prior to. Now, they might be very short-lived. Say again?
I've just seen the 15-minute time frame.
What about the 15-minute time frame, mate?
I don't like it at all, actually.
Yeah, didn't you literally just draw a area of consolidation where we just wicked into it?
If we can wick him one more time, I think I'll take out there. That'd be nice if we can come down to here. I mean, it's only $50, but that would be...
Look,
Yeah, I feel like we're going to have to wick into it one more time before we start buying up, if we are to buy up.
it is a wide area of consolidation during a low volatility, low volume time frame, or session in this case. So it's the exit of the New York session going into the Tokyo session, and then we've just come back down into it. I actually think that there is the probability for a little bit more.
I've just taken out. There you go. In fact, actually, hang on. There's your scalping. I've just taken out. They call me the Scalper Pro. Sorry, carry on, mate. Just to let you know, I've taken out. I saw the 15-minute time frame. It actually made me a bit nervous. I was like, oh, I don't like that.
The thing is, we're moving from consolidation area to consolidation area, but they're so close to each other. That's the problem.
Yeah, like if there's enough of a move down, like let's say, for example, this consolidation was here, and then this consolidation was down here a little bit more, then I'll be like, oh, okay. If we're moving from consolidation to consolidation, we could trade this, trade it down to this zone here, but we've already tapped into it. So I'm like, oh, actually, dim dioch, I don't like that. So I'm out.
Yeah. So as I was saying, you're moving from a consolidation area to a consolidation area, and the problem is that there's not enough gap between them. It's not like you have a consolidation area that's 100 points away from your current consolidation area. And it gives you some opportunity to have a structure being created within those two areas of consolidation. So you have a high area and a low area of consolidation, and you kind of want to see if there's a structure break. So you break in one direction, and then you create structure in that area, making higher highs or lower lows, that kind of like thing. But unfortunately, it's a consolidation area. The breakout that you had wasn't that volumetrically strong. It did not have follow through. It started coming down to about the halfway point, the 50% fill point, and then just carried on consolidating. So to me, you can try and scalp it, but I'm not a 1 minute scalper. So I'm not going to be spending time on something that I don't do, first of all, and secondly, haven't done the back testing on either. It's just it's suicide mission, mate.
I don't know. We do it on a Friday. We have a competition time.
Yeah, but on that competition time, do you ever put any of your actual accounts on the line while doing that?
No.
Or do you do it on a 10?
No.
Yeah. So that's what I'm referring to. It's just like you're not actually trying to make money off of a day like Friday where you and I have a little competition day and we're, playing around with demo accounts and we kind of like just see who can margin the most, as an example. So that's the difference between someone gambling and someone actually trying to pass an evaluation or actually trying to make money off of their their funded account or even their personal account. It's the difference.
Yeah, no, exactly. I saw Louis' comment. Now everyone in chat is trying to find her timelines. Guys, please leave Tori alone. Oh, actually, no. Yeah, go search Tori, guys. Why not? You're welcome, Tori, for the algorithm boost on your social
I think
media.
they already know, mate. They definitely already know who she is.
Yeah, but her trend lines are a joke. Oh, I see. Her trend lines are a joke. I don't know. I think trend lines work sometimes. I mean, I don't use them personally, but I can't see why they wouldn't work. I suppose that...
Trend line is the exact same thing for me as a demo account. It's a tool.
Yeah,
it's a tool.
Literally, exactly. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to base my whole strategy around a single line. But I will use it as a confluence.
Yeah.
So I see no issue with a trend line being used as an example. I really don't.
I like that. Yeah. Louis, I'm long EU. Ooh, let's have a look. You're long on EU. Okay. Let's have a look. Rich, you want to read those numbers out for me and I'll put them up.
116,346.
116,345. Oh, that's close enough. Or stop loss.
Stop loss is 16,26.8.
1626.
So just below this
You're
low swing.
26. Yeah, that's as close as you're going to get. And TP?
A little bit of drawdown at the
TP, I'm
moment.
guessing a high.
I'm assuming so, yes. That
Yeah.
would be almost a 3R trade.
Yeah, I'm going to guess your TP is around 16,581. Louis. That's a nice trade. I think I can see why you would have done this. You know, we got this nice control. Do you not?
I'm going to play devil's advocate and say I don't feel this trade.
Oh no, I totally agree. Like, no offense, Louis. I can't back you on my side with my strategy here. However, I can see why you have taken this trade.
Yes.
Yeah, we've got this really large 50-minute consolidation. We've got a wick into it really nicely. 5 minute, we've come down into this area with a massive bull engulfing move up to the upside in reaction. Bit of consolidation. Again, a break and close above. So we've had that structure shift, that order flow continuation. Pulling back now, back into this zone here. We know we got a nice little imbalanced area, maybe even a fib of the move. Always on a massive move like that, I find that we're going to have some form of pullback. Not only that, we've got this area here, which is a massive area to potentially move up into and fill. I'm going to delete this and this because these got disrespected. I mean, I like your trade, but I like your trade, but I wouldn't have taken it. Let me try and get that mark back. 447. Yeah, I don't know. I like it, but I wouldn't have taken it. What do you think of shorts GU? Now, shorts GU I really like, and I did take them. However, I don't think they're that valid on the 15. So again, that's why I took out. I thought we were gonna actually on the 5 minute looks really nice. Yeah, on the 5 minute this looks really nice. We've had a really nice break and close here as well. So we would have hit my $50 TP, but again, I shouldn't have entered it because my 15-minute confluence wasn't valid. This is a stunning trade opportunity on the 5, but if we move up onto the 15, what are we seeing? We've got a double wick to the bottom, to the low side, tapping into this 15-minute consolidation and 5-minute consolidation, probably under 1 hour. Yeah, under 1 hour consolidation. So we can actually identify there's a 1 hour consolidation here. So in all fairness, EU-GU to head to the upside, I think I'm looking a little bit more favorable upon Louis with your longs. If anything, actually, the more I look at this, if I just get rid of my trade history, there we go, I'd actually be tempted to buy GU here. EU doesn't seem to be wanting to agree, though.
No, the problem that I have with this is that where's your structure break? To confirm that we're gonna start pushing higher.
On EU or GU?
EU.
In fact, on EU or GU, there's none either. No, we've now set in a lower high. So let me show you what I mean. Let me try and... What's going on? Go away. Ah, there we go. I'm going to say that was stressful. Let's move that back up here. Right, okay, so we've put in this structure point here now. So now we know that this is our swing point. Louis, I'm going to delete your stop loss and your entry, mate, because it's distracting me. There we go. I'm going to delete the TP because I'm starting to think that this is part of my analysis. There we go. So we've got this high here and we've got this low here. fantastic because before putting in this high, this was our local high. So we had this high here and this low here. Now we have this pullback into this area here. So now we have this high here and this low here. If we hold this level and move higher, this will become our current low. And then hopefully we can do something a little bit like this. Let's reduce, reuse, and recycle. Something a little bit like this. There we go. If we can do that, then I would potentially be looking at buying EU around here. I think that's what I'd be tempted to look at anyway. So, Louis, I love your analysis. You're a little bit early for me, for my liking personally. GU was looking really nice. However, for those early birds out there, then I'd be looking at entering in here. Stop loss about here. TP about here. But again, you know, I'm not an early bird. I want to wait for more valid confirmation. My days of assuming and trying to predict the markets are over. I now react from what I see. You know, so I'm done trying to think, ooh, we've got this zone here, we've got this consolidation zone here, I'm going to enter in here. And guys, my profits would be, you know, my win rate was a little bit low. I think I had like 30-40% win rate, but my winners were like 1 to 3, 1 to 4, 1 to 2 minimums. And then, you know, I'd be targeting these highs. Now, if it went my way, yummy, yummy, you know, winner chicken dinner. But when it didn't go my way, which was more times than not, it was mentally draining. So I thought, you know what, I want to increase my win rate a little bit. So I'm going to reduce my R ratio. So I'd go from like a 1 to 4, 1 to 3 to a 1 to 2, 1 to 1. However, what I did do is allow myself some breathing room to wait for more valid confirmation of the uptrend or of a trend direction, of a trend bias. And that is exactly what Rich is talking about, is where's the structure confirmation? Right now, we have no structure confirmation that bulls are taking over, that this is an uptrend. You know, what we do have is we have a valid tap and rejection into this area here. We've got a double wick rejection showing weakness to the downside, as well as a potentially, if this can close in 2 minutes time, a 15-minute engulfing candle. That is delicious. However, it's not confirmation, it's confluence. Confirmation is when we get a break and close above the previous high, therefore creating a higher high or a continuation of trend, whatever stage the trend is in. So that's what I'd be looking at for confirmation, and then I'd potentially looking for a pullback and continuation. Now, same goes on EU. Literally.
Okay, I understand why he took his buy.
Oh, fair. I haven't had a catch up with that.
10:56. If you go down to the 1 minute on the chart, you will see a very, very nice candle.
Say it again. Go to
the 1 minute.
Yeah.
10:56 UK time.
Okay, so that would be 12:56 this time.
It's that nice big bullish candle just after your low swing, after your low baseline. Towards the left, mate. Left. There.
Here.
The
Oh, is that where you... Oh, sorry, is that where he was in the buy?
It's where he took his buy.
Fair. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that's nice.
The big candle after the attempt to push lower.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
No,
I can see that, yes.
Yeah, 100%. No, yeah, fair. I can see that, and I'm like, yeah, okay, 100%. Yeah, I could see that had been a valid thought process into a buy opportunity. That makes sense. Not only that, again, we did get a pullback and a continuation a little bit higher here. But that's why I don't trade the 1 minute time frame.
Yeah, Louis, you definitely have them cojones of steel, mate, to do it on the 1 minute.
You need therapy. Who broke your heart, Louis, for you to go trade the 1 minute time frame? Talk to us. It's
Joshua
okay.
saying, I'm bearish because on the 15-minute we can see a channel which is bearish. Yesterday during Asia, we saw how it went up, took liquidity, invite sellers, and came back down, creating a new structure.
Yeah.
This is on GU, I'm assuming.
Yeah. Because I know that he was asking about GU shorts up here. What do you think about GU shorts?
No, that's your shot, mate. Joshua.
Josh. Oh, sorry, Joshua. I don't know, Joshua. I don't think you've asked for. No, you haven't asked for a specific asset. Let me know. Is that GU or EU then? Rich and Will, any Christmas offers coming up? Maybe. I'm actually no. I think they could be. But don't quote me again. I don't want to get in trouble.
Don't ever quote us, because
Yeah.
Rich said this.
I hear they're giving away free 100k accounts to every single person who already has a. I'm joking. I'm not even going to finish that. That is not true. No, I'm pretty sure there are some Christmas gifts. I'm pretty sure Santa is wearing a Fivers hoodie this year. Jago did it. I was getting it.
Adakun is asking, do you guys trade gold?
I do indeed. I hate myself for saying I trade gold. I don't know why.
Biased trader saying, I don't claim, or I don't quote, I claim.
CC Cat Lady saying smile.
Oh,
Hello,
please
CC.
Please stop smiling.
Yeah, it looks weird when I smile. I'm not a smiley type of guy. Hey, Rich and Will. Yo, what's good, Steven? How you doing, man? Oh, man. Yeah, I do trade gold. Let's have a quick look at gold. Oh, yummy.
My gold drawing disappeared. I have to redraw it.
Ooh, dude, this is interesting. Look at gold here.
Here we go.
Dude, this is really interesting. Look at that. Look at the wick. So this was me on gold yesterday, guys. So this is the trade that I took. I took this on the 5 minute. This was really nice. This was during the London session. And then I came on during 11:30, and we had just nothingness, pure nothingness in gold. And then what I did do, though, however, during all that nothingness, I said, this is what I think could happen. So I drew it out appropriately, and I thought, there we go, and then consolidate here, and then a continuation up. Now, we got that. Let's go back onto the 5, actually. We got that absolutely perfectly, but we didn't consolidate for long enough here. It didn't give me, we had this really big bear move, pull back, big bear move, and then a couple of wicks, and it just didn't give me the confidence I needed. I wanted to see about half an hour to an hour's consolidation. I wanted to see a lot of consolidation coming through here. And then I wanted to see a nice break up, a break and close above. And then I wanted to trade it up. But the way that this broke up and reacted from it with this big wick as well, and then it tried pushing back down, and it was a little bit all over the place. And my judgment just wasn't quite there yesterday on gold, especially after taking a TP. It was a full TP as well. And I just thought to myself, I was like, I'm not going to put any capital at risk for something I'm not overly confident in. Today, it's like a slide, walk up the steps. Whee! I don't know. There's no price action here. This is just wicky and dribbly and disgusting. Maybe on the higher time frames, I'll look at them 15 minute. We've wicked these lows, tried pulling back up. We've got a little bit of momentum coming back, a little bit of volume coming back into the market now. Maybe a break and retest continuation to the low side. Maybe something along the lines of this. But maybe that. Let's have a look on the higher time frame. Okay, the higher time frame.
Cecilia, we're going down the list of the questions. I'm busy looking at your EA trade, at the moment, and then once Will is done with his gold one, we can discuss this one. So just a little bit of patience, please.
I'm pretty much done on gold, to be fair. Like, yeah, guys, I'm sorry, I'm not seeing anything on gold today. I left these drawings on because I wanted to show you how my analysis played out yesterday, and it played out to perfection. You know, I didn't take the trade. If I took the trade, you can see this, it would have looked a little bit like this, you know, blue tick or blue arrow, red arrow with a blue dash in the middle. Whereas I didn't take this trade. However, I did plot it and place it out, and you guys can actually go back and watch yesterday's stream and watch me draw it out before it actually happened. So, like I said, you know, none of this is coulda, woulda, shoulda price. I didn't enter. Could I have entered? Yes. Should I have entered? Possibly, but I'm okay with the fact that I hadn't. I already took my profit in London, and today I'm not seeing anything. So, yeah, guys, sorry, my gold strategy isn't really performing. I'm actually more interested in EU and GU today.
Cool. So, Cecilia, I see that you're looking at your target of a 167,200. Where did you get in, and where is your stop loss? Let's talk about that. What I can see on EA is that we were on the daily, we were quite sideways for quite a while, and have recently started making lower lows in that area of consolidation. It's like a large daily consolidation almost, which we were in for quite a while. And we've only recently broken, when was this? On Friday. We broke the low of the consolidation on Friday. Do you mind popping my screen up, Will?
Oh, yes. Sorry, mate. Yeah, absolutely. Let's get that screen. There you are.
Okay, so this is EA. This is the daily time frame. This is the large area of consolidation that I'm referring to. This is obviously there should be microstructure within the lower time frames, but overall for the since June.
That wasn't me. I haven't touched anything. I don't know what that was. I'll bring you back.
Remy playing jokes on us.
Remy's trying to wind you up, mate.
So this is June, basically. From June all the way to now, we were stuck in this high point and low point. Now, like I said, obviously on the lower time frames, you should be able to see some sort of structures. But in general, the higher time frame, we were stuck in consolidation for the longest time, for months, really. Now we're finally having a break of sorts towards the downside, towards the lower end of it. I don't know how strong of a break this really is, but what I can see is that basically means that we have the very first. If this was your high and this was your low, you have now printed a lower high, and you're busy printing. This is going to be guaranteed a lower low because you've already closed underneath this. So you're already printing a lower low now. I don't know where your entry point is, but we do know what your take profit point is. And your take profit point is all the way down here. Now, obviously, I cannot speak on behalf of what it is that you were looking for in terms of entering the trade. As a break, it makes sense, the break of this large area of consolidation. But now let's go and look at any price action on the left that needs to be touched, basically, be reacted towards. Now, take into consideration, this is 6 months of consolidation and now a potential break. And you're targeting an area that was last touched in March of this year, which is many, many months ago. But before then, you have an area over here where price had a reaction off of. So you can imagine this area down here as an area of consolidation, a break into an area of consolidation, a break, a retest of that area of consolidation, and now a push up. But we never reached the highs since then. So this whole year, this was the high of the year, and we haven't come to even remotely come close to it. So the first and foremost thing that I would say is that this is an area here that first needs to be tested, because you actually have structure that tested it first. So if you imagine this candle over here, this daily candle over here, is the last time that price attempted to push the price lower. So you have a high point, a lower high with an attempt to push it lower, which then failed. So I would condense this area and look for this as an example to say, okay, the last time price even came to this point, it failed to push lower, which was on these two candles. This is only on the daily. I'm not even talking about the lower time frames. So long before we reach this point down here, long before we even reach this, we have an area where price has shown that it rejected off of it. So this area over here is the first and foremost area that needs to be tested in this long upward push after consolidation to try and break lower. But on top of that, we also have areas over here as well where you have wicks where the price struggled. Now, if I pull it through, it looks like almost equal lows, but there's a slight little wick and then a momentous move up. Now, what that tells me is that this candle over here, this one, that bearish candle there, was the last attempt to try and push price lower, and then we had multiple days of strong upward momentum. So you can almost think of it as a order block candle, this, the one that pushed out of it. So that means that if I pull this one all the way through, this is the first time in the last 3 days where it was actually tested. So if I just move this out of the way and this one out of the way, and then I'm just going to move that so that you can see, and then this will push towards the side. This is the first time that we've actually come and tested an area where price reacted strongly off of. Once again, preface, still only on the daily. Price needs to break and close lower than this for me to say, okay, there's a potential. Even though we have this large area of consolidation, if I'm just looking at the idea of the daily alone, this was historically an area where price had reacted. So what I would do is I would take the last candle of the consolidation, and I would say that this is basically an area of consolidation that needs to be broken. It breaks, closes lower, pushes back into it, and it needs to push lower. So I need to see price push lower, push into it, and then push lower yet again. But this is not the area of interest. This is. So what I need to see is I need to see this action on this blocks over here. So I need to see price push lower, push back into it, and then push lower to try and reach this very next level. And have the same reaction as it did over here, it must have over here as well. It must try and push lower, push back into it, and then push lower before we reach this point down here. Now, once again, I don't know why or the exact entry point that you had, but basing on the way that price has been moving over X amount of months, I think it's not highly probable that we would see this on a singular movement. I do believe that we're going to see multiples, something, if we break through and it does actually respect it, push back into it, try and respect this one. Remember, already a reaction on the left, then try and push above and then fail, push lower, push back into it, and then something like this all the way down here. But I don't think it's going to happen for at least a few months. So for a swing trade, I think you're going to be in this trade for quite a while, if this is your intention to reach down there. Now, oh, so I see you did post you got in at. All right, so let's check this. So your entry price was 6171, and then your stop is at 7790. Okay, so I'm just going to remove that, remove this, and then let's just look at it a little bit more. Okay, so as an entry, it means that you got in yesterday. Let's go down to the lower time frame. This is the 4 hour. Just going to move that out of the way. I do like this wick over here trying to push the price lower. I do like that. That does look nice. Your stop loss is above this area over here, which if I try and pull up, yeah, it does look like an area of interest. Multiple attempts to break through. It's not the strongest level, I would say, but I can see why, for argument's sake, you would want to get in. And maybe if I did something like this, let's see how that is. All right, I can see why, but it's not because of a strong demand area. I would rather say it is a recent demand area. Well, supply area, because it's technically in the sky. So I can see that. I do like your stop loss being all the way up over here. But I do think you're going to be in this trade for a long time. Honestly. I honestly think that this is not going to be a swing trade for a month or 2 months. I think this is going to be a swing trade for more than that.
Yeah.
4 to 5 months. But it's only because I see that there's multiple areas where price has reacted. I mean, even here on the 4 hourly, you have a small little area of consolidation. This whole section over here that has had reactions off of it as well. And every one of these areas is an area that needs to be broken through first and foremost. And secondly, you need to have the same conviction to push it lower, which I don't know EA, Euro, Australian dollar that well. It pushing lower means that you have Australian dollar strength. It pushing higher means you've got Euro strength. Euro is in a strange place at the moment, and Australian dollar, I do believe, is slightly strengthening. I just don't know over the long term. I actually do like the trade itself. I would preface the idea of having these areas over here as potential points to take some of your risk off of the table. So you would drop your stop loss, as an example, every time you break through an area like this box that we have over here, just bringing your stop loss to an area, say over there, and then as price starts pushing lower, every time you have a swing point like that one, you kind of just have your stop loss drag to that point. But being cognizant of every time that there is an area where there was structure previously broken, that there is a potential chance for price to fail to break through and kind of change its structure yet again. But other than that, I don't think it looks bad.
Yeah, nice.
It's just going to be a long trade, I think. Just a very long trade.
A hell of a swing trade, though. I got a question here from the gamer saying, what are the pros and cons of trading gold according to you? Dude, that's a good question. Pros and cons. Let's go with cons. Always go bad first. Cons, it can be unpredictable. Very volatile. It doesn't really follow a specific pair or a specific asset. It's sort of in a world of its own. You know, it's its own. Well, it is its own asset, but it's its own sort of. It's got its own jurisdiction. You know, it's more fundamentally driven almost on what happens in the world, in the real world, in the big bad world. So they're the cons. The pros, however, high volume. It is also very volatile. You know, that can be a pro and a con. It moves really nicely, and it can be a great investment vessel for those who are interested in buying and holding gold as an investment. Also, you don't have to stress too much about one specific currency. You can sort of look at the overall umbrella of investing in general. Like you can look at your fundamentals. You could trade gold almost purely in fundamentals, I think, as well as only on technicals. Like gold is one of those ones where it really is a jack of all trades. You know, it's a fantastic beginner sort of asset to trade on, because it'll allow you to trade fundamentally, it'll allow you to trade technically, it'll allow you to trade a hybrid analysis, and it'll teach you what happens if you get it wrong, because gold is volatile, and it takes no prisoners, it holds no mercy, and it really will hammer and hammer and hammer away at all your profits if you let it. And some other, all currencies and all assets and all coins will, to a certain degree, all commodities will, all stocks will, all currency pairs will, but some are a little bit more lenient. Some don't move as volatile. Some are quite sort of soft moving, slow moving pairs. Whereas gold moves. Gold really, really moves, and that is a pro. All of us traders, we want to see movement in the industry. We want to see movement in the asset that we are trading. So that's the pros and cons in my eyes. There's probably more pros than cons. Otherwise, I wouldn't trade it. I find it works really nicely for my technical strategy. But, you got to be very careful. You got to be really, really vigilant when trading gold. You got to know what you're doing. But that's why I said it's great as a beginner pair, because it teaches you. It's like, oh God, okay, this is how brutal the market can be. So maybe I need to look, and then it just gets you inquisitive and gets you. It sort of, think about it like a fitness test that scares away all the lazy people who don't want to train. It's like a fitness test for all traders. Those who come in the market wanting to make millions overnight will lose a lot of money trading gold, and they'll like run away with their tail between their legs going, I'm scared, I don't like this. Whereas the people who want to trade, thinking, yes, this is a massive opportunity, I will learn, I will recover, and I don't care about the losses. Gold's like, all right, fair play. I tested you, but you're still here, so welcome to trading. The gold will welcome you with open arms if you give it the respect it deserves. But I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
Yeah. I think gold can be very volatile, which can be a good thing and a bad thing.
That's why I put it in pros and cons.
You want a certain amount of volatility in the market. You don't want a move, let's say hypothetically, like this one over here, where you have a massive body and a small wick or something, massive body, massive wick, and you're trying to scalp it going up, and it just like keeps knocking you out. You don't want that. So you need the right level of volatility. That's the first thing. The second thing is gold tends to move when there is unrest in the world, when there's social, like let's say geopolitical and social unrest throughout the world. Because gold tends to be an investment medium whenever people don't really want to, or banks or whatnot, don't really want to invest in any specific currency.
It thrives on ambiguity.
Well, I wouldn't say ambiguity, but rather that we know that there's this unrest in this country over here. We want to see what's going to happen with this country first before we just, reinvest in it. So where do we go? We go to gold. Because gold, universal asset, it's just one of those things where gold as an investment medium has proven to be very, very solid. Very, very, let's call it stable. If it's going bullishly, it's going bullishly. So as an investment medium, that's one of the things that I think is really great about gold, is the fact that if there's geopolitical unrest, you can still make money with gold when you're trading it.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
That is definitely a pro in my mind. The volatility is good. It's a good kind of volatility. It's not like a Bitcoin level of volatility, where Bitcoin's volatility can be atrocious. And here's another thing that I like about gold and trading gold that you don't really get with other assets. If you compared one lot size entry on a US pair versus a one lot size entry on gold, and then measure the equivalent movement that you can have within a session or within a few bars, Gold will provide you with way more profits per one lot size for the equivalent movement. So if your typical movement in dollar for EU, as an example, is 30 pips, just as an example, that equivalent 30 pip movement with dollar is going to be triple the amount of profit.
It's more like 100 pip move.
Yeah, like it's the equivalent of like 100 pip moves in euro dollar, as an example. But that also becomes a con, because it means that that same equivalent move can go to your stop loss and you can lose as much. So you'll see, like with Will, we'll bring up your terminal quickly, and then you just show a 0.25 lot gold trade that you took recently versus a non-gold trade with the equivalent risk.
So we have, in fact, there we go. We've got gold here at 0.15, $100 profit.
So commission is less than $1.
Yeah, and that was literally less than $1. And then we had a 2 lot at Euro USD, $88 profit, $8 commission.
Okay, so what was the equivalent move in terms of...
oh, God.
Price. So a two lot would be about $20 per pip, and you got 88, so that's about 4.4 pips of movement.
Yeah, about
so that. It's 44 points. So the gold one, what was the gold one that you pointed out? It was 0.15. So that is $15 per dollar of movement. And you got about 105. So that's about $8 of movement. So you have $8 per fine ounce movement on gold like that.
Yeah, let me see if I can try and find a better one. Let me see if I can try and find an identical. I don't think I have. I haven't taken many non-gold trades recently.
Anyway, but the point still just
the point still stands. The point
and the equivalent movement on gold can be way more profitable than that of for argument's sake, a US dollar forex pair, as an example. That's what I would.
There we go. I took a trade on GU today. Took out $22, paid $8 commission. I only banked $14.
Yeah, so it's just like the risk, or not, the price to play, let's rather say,
it's more
for
expensive.
gold is a lot cheaper, with the idea that you can also, for the equivalent move on a US pair, as an example, your cost to play would be higher, and then the equivalent movement would net you less than on a gold trade. That's what I like about gold.
And a lot of people look at that not the way you've just explained it. A lot of people look at that and go, "Oh my god! Instead of 10 pips being $100, I can get 10 pips and get $400." It's like, okay, yeah, well, don't forget, you've got to take into consideration that stop loss is going to be equally exaggerated. Or you can look at it like how Rich just explained, the cost to play is going to be significantly cheaper, especially if you trade at the exact same. So, for example, I'll risk the exact same on GU as I will on gold, and I'll get the exact same outcome, exact same profit, maybe a little bit better with the volume being there, but I'll get the exact same profit, exact same outcome, but my cost per play is a lot cheaper for gold and a lot more expensive for GU. So therefore, I'm better off. Think about it like going to a tax-free country or a lower tax income country. Let's say you're on $100,000 a year. You're going to be in the higher tax bracket for most countries. Let's say you go to the UK, which is 45%, 45% for that higher tax bracket. You're going to pay a lot more to be in that country because you're earning that sort of significant money in that specific country. Like, now think about cable, think about GU as being the UK, and then you go to somewhere like Spain, which is a little bit cheaper. I think it's about 20%. I don't actually know the high tax bracket for Spain. I think it may be about like 30%, maybe. Again, complete guess unless someone can tell me. But let's call it 30. Let's call it 30 instead of 45. You're gonna pay 30 percent on that income, in opposed to 45 for being in that different country. No different, no different income. They're both the same top bracket income, 100K, 100K. Two different countries, exact same outcome. You're playing it and trading it the exact same, just the price for being in that country is different. Example, price for being in that different currency or that different asset is different.
Yeah. There's two questions here that I would like to hit on. One is from Adakun. He's got a good question here.
How long ago is that? Because there's one question from
9 minutes.
There's one question from 20 minutes ago from Infinity. I want to bring that up. Yeah, because
okay, we'll do that one first and then...
Yeah, I don't want to ignore that. Infinity, I did see your question and I have started. Apologies, we ran over slightly and didn't quite manage to catch your comment. So I have gone back and picked it up. Infinity, how do you feel when you realize that your trading edge is finally improving and given positive results for the first time? Now, the reason I had to bring this up so importantly is because we've also had comments like this, which is, good question. I'm struggling with it as well. I'm still not confident yet, thinking I'm just being lucky for 2 months now, and the market is soon going to start real movement patterns. So I thought that this would be a fantastic opportunity to dive in slightly on
a little bit more psychological.
Yeah, so I really like this because not a lot of people talk about the positive outcome. Everyone's like, oh, how do you deal with drawdown? How do you deal with negative psychology? How do you deal with revenge trading? No one actually asks, guys, how do you deal with being good at trading? And sometimes, people don't want to ask it maybe because you sound cocky, but it will happen. You work hard enough and you concentrate enough, and guys, you will reap the rewards from it. And that's why this is such a good question. But how do I feel when my trading edge is finally improving and giving me a positive result for the first time? Because the second time, third time, when you lose profitability and gain it back, it's like, oh, thank God for that. It's like a breath of fresh air. It's a relief. However, for the first time, it doesn't feel real. I fully understand that. It's an odd feeling because you're like, am I profitable now? Like, am I a successful trader now? And it's a weird feeling, man. It is a weird feeling that you've got to try and quickly get used to, and you will struggle with it because you won't be confident. But what you've got to understand is you have confidence in your strategy. You have confidence in your edge, not necessarily your ability. Now, you're not going to have confidence in your ability yet because your ability hasn't been proven. And the reason why your ability hasn't been proven is because you're not profitable. You haven't had that profit yet because this is the first time you're seeing it. But what you do have is back-tested data, forward-tested data, and potentially now for the first time live tested data, live traded data on a demo account. How I would move around that is making sure that you're going to stick to your plan, stick to your strategy, and have confidence in your strategy that you have built up over the months and years that you've been building this strategy. Then you'll start to see it coming in on a demo account. You're like, oh yeah, it'll get all exciting. You're like, yes, I'm seeing profits on a demo account. This is brilliant. Now what you do is you can start taking that, adding it to your data, adding it to your back-tested data. That becomes a live test. Why does it become a live test? Because you're placing trades in a live market. However, what you're not doing is earning money from it. So it's still a test. Then you move that into your gathered tested data. Now you're looking at back-tested. That's one set. Forward-tested. That's two set. And live tested data. You have 3 sets of data there. That should give you enough confidence to say, yes, if I solely stick to my strategy and trust myself, I will get the rewards from it. Then you'll get profitable. Now, don't speak to yourself with a negative attitude as in, I'm just lucky for 2 months. The market is soon going to start its real movement pattern. Bro, the market is doing its real movement pattern. It may be different, and that's why you're profitable. But it's still real, and it's still market movement, and it's still happening. You're just good enough to trade it. Congratulations, you've now got a profitable edge in the strategy. You're not lucky, You've worked hard for it. You deserve it. Pat yourself on the back. Now, if the market doesn't start its real movement, but however it does change, that's also okay. You reduce your risk and you battle out. You ride those rough waves until it flattens and calms again. There is always going to be rough waves, but I can promise you, rough waves don't last forever. You will find calmer waters.
I'm going to ask this question along with that statement. If you trusted your back-tested data enough that you acted upon it, whenever your setup arrived in the market, you acted upon your back-tested data. You have X amount of months worth of data for your strategy, and you're like, my strategy works. I'm going to follow it. And you start netting results from it. Why are you questioning the results? So the idea is that your results is a culmination of the strategy and the actions and the psychology that you had in place. So you're getting the results, you are profitable, why are you questioning it? So that comes down to the idea of the imposter syndrome. You feel like you don't deserve this, or you feel like it's going to turn at any point in time, or you feel like it's a fluke. You feel like, oh, I don't deserve, whatever the reasoning is. It is your mind trying to convince you that the steps and the actions that you took, you're not deserving of the outcome. Mm-hmm. So understand that you're receiving this result because of what it is that you've done, because of the actions that you put into place, the back testing that you've done. Don't question it. Accept it. Accept that you're getting these results because you're putting in the right actions. You're putting in the right decisions. You've got the right strategy. So I agree with what Will is saying. Congratulate yourself. Don't talk negatively to yourself. Be realistic, by all means. Be realistic and say, look, I'm still on a journey. Look, I'm still learning, that kind of like thing. But don't turn around and be like, oh, I don't deserve this. I'm crap. I'm a horrible trader. Everything is just temporary. I'm going to, things are going to turn against me quickly. Don't have that negative mindset, but be realistic with what it is that you're experiencing. You're experiencing results because of good practices. And be happy with it. Accept it.
Yeah, exactly.
Congratulations. You have, in your case, Wakasa. I don't want to mispronounce your name, but Wakasatar. 007. If you have profits for the last 2 months,
just call him Bond. James.
Yeah,
Bond.
let's just call you Bond, Mr. Bond.
Mr.
Just tap
Bond.
yourself on the shoulder, mate. You did really well. The thing is, if you want to continue having this kind of success, you need to remember that if you are going to go forward, you need to replicate the same good actions, the same good habits, the same good psychology. And that is the biggest test. That is the daily big, can I carry on doing this? It's not whether or not you can stay profitable. It's whether or not you can continuously, on every single day, come to the market and replicate what you did the previous day. The results will come from that, not the other way around. The results don't dictate the actions. The actions dictate the results.
And on that one, make sure you smash a like, guys, because that was a fantastic question. So massive thank you to Infinity for asking that question and opening up that discussion. Make sure that you're hitting the like button. Let's see if we can get 200 likes by the end of this. We've got 21 minutes until 1 p.m., which is when I'm going to go have some lunch. So make sure you smash the like, guys. And if you are new here and you like what we're talking about and you're liking what we do here at the Fivers, make sure you subscribe and make sure you click that bell notification, because we are here every single day. And there is Christmas coming soon. There is going to be some sexy stuff going on over Christmas. I am sure of it. Not only that, but more importantly, even better than Christmas, 2026 is just around the corner. And boy, have we got some awesome stuff coming through ready for starting January 2026. So guys, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Make sure you're sticking around for that. And let's see if we can get 100K by the 1st of January. We've not got long, but we have gotten a lot closer. So let's see how close we can get, and let's see if we can smash it out. So guys, do not forget, click the thumbs up. Make sure you like this video and make sure that you subscribe.
Did you just say you're hopping off, mate?
No, at 1. I said in 21 minutes. 20
Oh,
now. We'll be hopping off.
Sorry, mate. Like I misheard.
No,
I want to get to this. So Stephen was asking William and Richard, what is your views on Bitcoin? I have completely disassociated from Bitcoin. I have zero interest in it. I think that I used to buy and hold Bitcoin. I don't anymore. I have de-invested out of Bitcoin. I feel like
why?
It's a personal reason. It's not due to the fact that I don't believe in it. It's not the fact that I don't think it's going to make me money or anything like that. I feel like Bitcoin, and this is just a personal thing. Don't have to share it. You don't have to share my views. I just feel like Bitcoin has kind of like lost its way. It was supposed to be the currency, the asset for the people.
The people's coin,
the big system. That's being controlled and drifted in certain directions. And the people that it was supposed to exclude have now the most control within it. So,
literally.
Yeah, and I do feel like there's a lot of these big players that are just trying to get the price as low as they can so that they can buy up everything and hold it. It's become more of a reserve currency than it's actually become a trading currency in my mind. But that's just my personal feelings on it. As to the trading of Bitcoin, Bitcoin has been on a bit of a downward slump. And I think it's purely with the fact that they're trying to get the price of Bitcoin low enough so that it's back to a premium so that we can start buying it up for the next cycle. But I myself would rather listen to someone like Dirk talk about Bitcoin than myself.
Yeah, fair that. So I'm the opposite of you, but I agree with your points. Does that make sense? So like, I won't touch Bitcoin with a 10-foot barge pole when it comes to leverage. I will not trade Bitcoin. However, I also agree.
Not with leverage. I would not trade Bitcoin with leverage.
Fair. I don't even think I'd trade Bitcoin. I don't think I'd buy it. I don't think I'd buy and sell it. I think I'd just invest it. I'd buy and then forget about it. So I did buy Bitcoin once upon a time when it was very low. I'd probably be sitting on a Bugatti Veyron right now if I hadn't have sold it off, but I did sell it off, and I probably bought myself a chocolate bar instead. So, we can all live in regret. So, it is one of those things. However, I never believed in it. I didn't like it. I thought it's a fugazi. What is it? It doesn't exist. How can we earn money off this? I was a typical, naivety when it comes to cryptos, but I think we'd be stupid not to invest in it right now. I think it'd be not right now. So right now, I got a couple of friends who are very into their crypto and very into the analyzing the market cycles. And 2025 is a big bull run, and apparently there's going to be like a massive drop coming soon. Like over the next couple of months, there's going to be like the pullback. I don't know what they call it in crypto. It's like the bull, maybe like the bear run. There's like a massive pullback where everything dumps, and then there'll be a buy-in back again. So that's probably when I'll be reinvesting. And again, this isn't investment advice, nor is it financial advice. This is just something I'm considering doing, because even though I fully agree with you, Rich, I think the reason why Bitcoin was created is completely dwindled now, and it's diminished. And I think the people we were trying to avoid and keep it away from has now got the most control in it. However, I still think we'd be silly not to invest in it. I still think
by all means.
Exactly, and that's what I mean. That's why I agree with your points, but based on the fact that almost like if you can't beat them, join them sort of theory. It's like I feel like it would be silly not to put something into Bitcoin. So as of whenever I feel like it's the most appropriate and lowest risk available point, then I will invest in Bitcoin. 110%. I can safely say that myself.
As a medium to make money or profit off of, it's good. I mean, it moves enough, but it is
100%.
It is the kind of volatility where if you're trading with leverage, where if you're not careful, it can destroy you.
Oh yeah, I've known boys go into thousands of pounds worth of debt because they've been leveraging Bitcoin.
Yeah,
especially meme coins. I've known boys to leverage meme coins and lose everything.
Yeah, I won't touch a meme coin with a 10-foot bar, mate.
I made some. I used to go out drinking a lot, partying a lot, and this was like during like my first stages of becoming a full-time trader. And like we used to go out partying. Some of the boys who would trade, if I'd go out partying with them, we'd be all sitting there having a couple of pre-drinks before going to the pub or the club, and we'd be there trading meme coins. Not for a reason that we thought we were good traders, because we found it funny. Like we chuck 100 quid into a is it a Phantom account we were using? Yeah, I'm sure it was Phantom. So we'd chuck our money into this account, and then we'd trade that and blow it or flip it, or it was just great fun. But it was a complete waste of time. You may as well have gone to the slot machines, So yeah, as far as being a real trader, and like now I've got a lot more respect for myself as a trader. I'm like you, Rich. I won't touch meme coins.
Yeah, I want to get to this question. What is the most advisable amount of capital if you would advise me to have if I want to trade gold? So I wanted to show on gold, just as an example. So if you go over to my screen, Will. This is gold. This is gold, all right? And this is a 5K account. This is a 5K high stakes account. Now, I don't know if anybody can see this all that well, but you can see there's a position size here of 0.09 lots. That is now with the assumption that my stop loss is over here. I take a sell. So we don't need to even look at the take profit. We just need to look at the stop loss. So as a 5K account, this is me risking 1%. So that means $50 of this account in one trade. I will then need, let's say in this case, 500 points, which is $50 or $5 technically, sorry. $5 per fine ounce, so it's 50 pips. 500 points on MetaTrader. 1%, I can risk, or I can have a 0.1 lot size and then still risk 1%. All right? So you can trade with $5,000 as a prop firm account. We don't even have to talk about the leverage, just 5K as an example. Now, the problem is the way that gold can move if you don't get in at the right place. Let's say you're a swing trader as an example. 5K account would not be nearly large enough. If I go and I have a swing trade all the way up over here, you can see how it dropped to 0. This is now still the assumption of 1%. It's going to 0.3, 0.2, 0.1, right there. That's $26 of movement on gold. So for a swing trade with a 5K account at 1% risk, which is acceptable, I would think, you're going the absolute minimum lot size, and you only have $26, which is 260 pips of movement. So I would suggest to have a slightly larger account than a 5K. I would think a 10K is a fair enough one so that you can cover the idea of not only scalping, but intraday and also some swing trading, just to give you a little bit more space, even if you have to go down to the absolute bare minimum of 0.01 lot size. That's what I would say is an acceptable size. 5K, I think, is a little bit small if you want to do swing trading. I think 5K is fine for intraday and scalping. I think you need a larger account, 10K, 20K as an example, to actually go into the other areas of trading, like swing trading as well.
Yeah, I think that's the luxury about what prop firms do. 10, 20K is a fantastic size. Whereas if you go onto like the smaller the smaller account sizes and like personal accounts, you're almost full margining on gold. You know, you're almost having to really, really, really deeply risk on gold just to earn any form of okay relatable profits, and especially if you want to trade it properly and with like some decent lot sizes, like 0.01 is the smallest you can go. And if you're gonna, you know, you're gonna have to be on some low time frames and some pretty tight stops, you know, to have a decent trading experience with gold. Otherwise, you're gonna almost be full margin in each time. So that
you
yeah,
don't
that
want that margin.
no, and that's why prop firms are fantastic, because like you chuck $100 into account, you're gonna risk that $100. You chuck 200. Let's say you chuck $500 into an account. You're like, yeah, screw it. You know, $500. I'm gonna put that into an account. That's what I'm comfortable, willing to risk, dude. Like that's $100,000 per prop account. That's a lot. That's a significant amount of money. You don't need to go that large in capital. You could go, like you said, you can go to a 1020K account. 1020K account. In fact, I interviewed someone who's been paid by the Fivers. They were trading on a $10,000 account, and they got like I think it was like 7% withdrawals. Like they were in like $700 paid out on a 10K account. Dude, that's insane. That's phenomenal money. That's a yeah, on a percentage base, that's a really good return. And that's what they're doing on a 10K account. Like you imagine you do that on a 20K account. You imagine you get confident and do that on a 60K account, a 100K account, scale a 100K account all the way up to 4 million, you know? So that's what props allow you to do. Then that's the huge benefit prop firms. Whereas when you're looking at more, like I said, personal accounts, you know, sometimes you're going to struggle a little bit more with trying to grow that capital, you know, and having the capital there that you're able to risk.
Yeah.
Lol World saying basically started teaching gambling now. No, not teaching it. Telling you that I was doing it. I do not recommend it whatsoever.
No,
But that is what me and some of the boys did to have a bit of fun.
Yeah,
even my brother jumped in on it as well. Like even my dad, I'm pretty sure did.
It's like Remy is saying, remember, this is not financial advice. Use the knowledge, not the trades.
Yeah, 100%.
Financial advice at all.
No. This is financial advice.
Yeah. So, Adekun is also asking, what do you say about the M structure and the W structure? I am so sorry if my questions are not into what you're doing right now. No, that's fine, mate. Like, don't worry about whether or not the question is not in line with.
Even if they don't make sense, mate, bro, we'll make them make sense.
So, if you look at an M structure, the idea of an M structure is that it's effectively you're pushing higher, you create a high, you do a pullback, you try and push back onto that high point again, and you either equal or slightly lower than that high point. You don't actually break this high point, and then price tends to revert back. So this tends to be a reversal pattern for a upward momentum. So we're driving the price higher with this leg. We reach a plateau, which is now the high. We try and do a bit of a reversal. So you would assume that there is going to be some sort of follow through if it continues with the trend pushing bullishly. It starts pushing up, and it, like I said, it either equals or it closes slightly lower, and then it starts volumetrically pushing lower. Now, the W structure in this case is the exact same, just it is a bullish reversal. So price pushes bearishly, tries to have a bullish retracement, attempts to push bearish yet again, so either equal or slightly higher low, and then pushes back up again. So you're going from a bearish position pushing lower to an eventual bullish reversion back higher. So I love the M and the Ws. I honestly do. I really do like them as an example for looking for areas where there is some sort of reversal. So I'll give you an example here. Now, this was yesterday. Now, it's not the most clear structure, but it will print the idea. Here you have price pushing bullishly. It reaches a plateau. Right up here is your high as an example. So I'll just mark this as high. All right. What happens is then you have your very first retracement leg, which is this one over here. So this creates your low as an example. So now you have a high and a low in it. So you would expect from this area over here, price would start pushing higher, breaking this recent high point. That's what you would expect. But what happens is price doesn't. Price pushes a little bit in and then starts pushing lower. Now, technically, if I were to do this, you would see that it is effectively a slightly wonky M. And it usually signifies the reversal in a trend. Now, this leg over here, where it's positioned doesn't really matter. So long as it doesn't go higher than the previous swing point, then you're fine. It's just equal. The thing is, you don't always see this. It's not always a reversal. Sometimes what happens is you get this equal one, it starts pushing a little bit lower, and then it just reinvigorates a new upward trend. So I love the W's and M's purely as the idea of looking for a reversal area. I personally love them. They don't always work. That's what I would say. It's just be cognizant of the fact that it's not always going to necessarily go in your direction. It shouldn't be followed as law. Let's say that. Don't follow the M and W as if it's law. Oh, it's making an M. Yeah, it's definitely going to start reversing. Not necessarily. Price action will show you. Here's a very good example of a W as well. This is the one leg. It pushes lower. The middle leg does not reach the high point. Comes back down, starts pushing up. If I drag it out, there's your W. Now, it's not always going to be a perfect, oh, it's going to be exactly like this as a W or exactly like this as a W. But in this case, look what happened.
We just crooked W is actually quite a nice structure point as well. Because like, if you think about it, if we have like a W where like the top, then you pull, then you come down and it moves back up, and then it like doesn't quite, it puts in a technically it would be a lower low, but like the swing point low. In fact, let me just bring up my chart. I'm
you bring up yours and then you can show us exactly what it is that you're trying to explain.
There we go. So let's think about a W like this. We got the swing point low, we got a high, we got another swing point low, and then we got a high. Now, so many people will be like, oh, I want the W to be bang on an equal low, or, oh, I need it to be a low like this. Like, if you think about it, if the new low is higher than the previous low, like that could still be a W pattern. However, it's a stronger bullish move. Because if you think about it, we've just moved in to a perfect retracement point. And then, you're just standard order flow, standard bullish structure there. Whereas if you're a little bit lower,
you're waiting for the order flow to also play a part. The structure itself is not just 5 lines; it's multiple candles within that one as well that starts showing you the order flow. But in general, the W and the M's are considered reversals.
Yeah, exactly. So if I was looking for a W pattern, I'd actually want the second shift of the W, like the second low of the W, I'd actually want it to be higher than the previous. Because that would show me, like if I'm looking for buys, that would show me that we're failing to push lower than the previous low. Actually, and then putting in a higher, well, it'd be putting in a high, a lower, a higher low, and then a higher high. So that's probably what I'd want to see. And same goes with an M. If we change this over into an M, there we go. Look at that. God, that was smart of me, wasn't it? There we go. God, I'm a genius. So in an M pattern, I'd want the second high of the M to be lower than the first high of the M if I wanted to sell, because again, basic order flow, basic price structure. I hope that made a little bit of sense. Also, guys, like I said, we have been set a challenge to see if we can get 200 likes. You saw Remy's comment to see if we can get 200 likes before the end of this session. It is bang on the end of this session. I'm going to refresh the page. I don't think we're going to be at 100, 200 likes, but let's see if we can do it, guys. Let's see if we can just like absolutely flood the likes now, and let's see if we can get another. What we've got 144 likes. Let's see if we can get another 50 likes within the next 2 minutes. I reckon we can do it easy. Absolutely.
While you're doing that, we'll head over to my screen. I want to just clarify something, if you don't mind.
Absolutely. So yeah, guys, make sure you subscribe to the channel as well, and we will try and catch up with all the comments just before we head off. As soon as Richard is done, we will try and catch up with the comments, but we are going slightly over now. So if we do miss your comments, guys, we are truly sorry that a lot of you are chatting and asking amazing questions here today. If we do miss them, we've got some awesome people coming on just after us when we pop off. So either ask them, or if you want myself and Rich to ask it, make sure you stick around, subscribe, and we shall see you tomorrow, because we are back on again at 11:30. Straight over to you, Rich.
So this is effectively the exact same movement. This is a W. This is also a W. So it's the exact same movement. The idea is that you're looking for a high point, a low point, a lower high, and then either an equal low or a higher low, and then a new high. But if you look at it on this one over here, the exact idea is this is number one. It's your very first movement. On your way down, you have multiple attempts to try and push the price higher, but you're making lower lows all the way down. This is all of this movement is in this movement down here. This second leg number 2, is this attempt to push price higher over here. So there's one leg. This is the first leg. This is the second leg. Hello, Victor. Hello, how are you?
Hello. How is everyone doing?
You came into the stream.
Good.
Then you decided to ask for permission to come in.
Yeah. He's in and
Hey guys, I'm here. Oh, by the way, can I come in? No, you can't. Now what?
I'm trying to mix up the sequence so you guys are just making sure you guys are awake.
Throwing us off slightly.
Yeah,
exactly.
Dude,
so how is everyone? I see Carla is with us today as well.
Yes.
How are you?
Yeah, all is well, thank you. Time has just been, time has flown. Time is flying, honestly.
How was the big? How was? Oh,
I guess everybody.
No, none of us get to be on stream. Rich is like,
I have zero control over this, guys.
I was talking.
So, Carla, you were saying, I think someone was, Richard, you were trying to ask the question, is it so far already or not, right? The big step, the big leap to Carla, that was the question?
Yeah, I was just saying.
Oh, what was William? Okay.
How's the big move doing? How's it going?
It's going okay. I'm just trying to not feel overwhelmed.
Yeah.
Just so many events, so much going on, but I'm just trying to pace myself.
Oh, that's awesome. Super excited.
Very, very much so.
No, I'm happy for you. That sounds amazing.
Thank you.
What about you, Victor? You handsome devil. What's going on in the world of Victor today?
I'm at a different location, as you guys may have.
Yeah, I noticed.
Someone's on holiday.
Yes, I am on holidays.
Ooh, la la. Talks about it. Where are you?
No, don't tell
us. I'm at another undisclosed location.
Nice.
At the other side of the pond. So that should be as specific as I can be.
Interesting.
There's always a pond, and you're now on the other side of it.
Exactly. You're absolutely right, Richard. I'm on the other side of the pond. It was a bit of a long leap, but hey, there's no other way.
A big pond. It was a big leap on a pond, was it?
Yeah, it was. But hey, we're here, and let's enjoy every minute of it. Awesome. That's what why we do it for, right? Change the climate a little bit, change the Western Europe climate for some tropical Caribbean.
Ooh la la. Giving us away more hints.
Giving us more hints.
I beg your pardon, Carla?
We're saying is that a hint for the Caribbean?
No, I'm not. That's just
It
as
was an
far as I can
example.
do.
No, he's trying to throw us off the scent.
Guys, you guys don't know this, but Victor is currently visiting me, and we're having a great time.
In fact, I thought I recognized that painting.
Yeah, it's one of Victor's paintings.
Victor's actually only like 3 meters behind Rich right now.
Yeah, like you'll see. I'm gonna do this, and then you'll see my hand pop up on
Yeah.
Victor's screen.
He's gonna go like this.
Almost. That's the other
See?
side.
Yeah.
But how you guys are been trading so far? How has been your trading on this beautiful day?
Today been a bit slow. I took a GU on the 5-minute. It looked really nice, and then I moved up onto the 15-minute, and I realized that it actually looked revoltingly ugly. So I got out as quick as possible.
Mm-hmm.
So that was good. I mean, I banked $14 profit. So
Will is not sharing his screen.
yeah, no, I am though.
Yeah, well, it doesn't show up.
No.
What's going on? Oh, now it's loaded. I was gonna say, I am sharing my screen. I'm pretty sure. Okay, fair. Yeah, it was just a bit of a glitch on my terminal, I think. Yeah. So like I was saying, on the 5-minute, it looked really nice. We broke and closed underneath this consolidation. Looked super cool. And then I realized that this was wicking a little bit much, and I thought, okay, what's going on here? And let's have a look on the 15. Yeah, I should have looked on the 15 anyway. I saw this double wick into this 15-minute consolidation down here, and I thought, oh, hell no. I was like, I am not in this trade. I was like, I am getting out of this. And I did. You know, I got out of it for the second test because I was like, this is going to be a minimum 2-wick rejection. I thought this has got to be like a second test. And to be fair, if I open up my trade history, it did test a second time, and I was like, yeah, I'm out. So that's me done for the day. I was like, screw this. You know, we've got FOMC, so we've got Mr. JP, Mr. Jerome Powell himself speaking at
Jerome
7.
Powell.
Jerome Powell speaking at 7 p.m. tonight. And then we've got the fund rate as well. That's at 7 p.m. tonight. So we've got a lot of US dollar news at 7 p.m. Not only that, in 22 minutes time, we've also got unemployment claims.
Canada.
Hello.
Oh no, we've got
How are you
unemployment
guys?
cost index.
Unemployment cost index. I knew it was one of them. Yes, we got unemployment cost index in about 20 minutes time. So I'm done for the day now. There's too much high impact and a little bit of, low volume. So I'm done.
I'm gonna go touch grass now. So
Yeah, same as that. Wet,
And
rainy,
Sam-
cold grass.
And Sam is with us as well. Hello, Sam. How are you doing?
Hi guys, how are you guys?
Smee, you're
Hello,
going to be
Sam.
sick of looking at me by the end of the week.
Yeah, man, how are you guys? These are some low volume days, so
Yep.
yeah,
Low volume?
Yeah.
low volume. Yeah, you seeing any trades? Let me see what we are. We are seeing GBP USD. Okay,
It is the silence before the storm, perhaps.
Yeah, that's what I'm anticipating.
Yeah.
This really
We
is going to
have
be the time before the
interest
storm.
rate decisions coming up on different pairs this week. So it's going to be exciting. Actually, it's kind of dangerous because the lack of direction may trick you into thinking that's going to continue. Obviously, it's not. It's just anticipation before the release of these decisions. And the market, even if it's not surprising, it can go up and down and go nowhere. But not move to anywhere. But if it is surprising, then it has the potential to move a lot. I mean, these are the moments where the market will double, sometimes even more than that, due in the kind of the ATR for the day. So it can be very, very dangerous if you're stubborn. Holding positions on thinking it will come back, or you can massage the position into a better entry or your better break-even level. These are the moments you should not be doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just looking at my account now. When you were mentioning about, calm before the storm, volatility, I was thinking to myself, it's going to be interesting to see what happens now over the next couple of weeks. And I thought, you know what, next week's going to be my last trading week on this account for the year. So, truth be told, I think I've made my decision to stop trading this account this week, which means next week I probably won't trade this account either. Which means for the year, guys, I'm going to officially say it now. I'm going to turn this terminal off. I will open up a fun terminal. It'll be with a personal account, so it'll be with a broker. I will drop I don't know how much I'm going to drop in yet. Maybe £50 to £100. So I'll see, and I will have a little bit of fun and see how far I can get between now and the new year. And I'm happy to do that on stream. Again, there'll be high value trades, but they will be high risk trades as well. So let's see if I can not blow an account with personal capital. But I think I'm going to officially say now, guys, I am 1.1% down for the year. Now, the reason I say I'm 1.1% down for the year is because I passed my phase 2 in April. I hit a 7% drawdown, and I have managed to claw it back to $426 up. However, I've paid $1.4 in commission, which puts me to 1.1% down for the year. So I'm going to leave you, love you and leave you on that one, guys. I'm going to leave you in the very capable, fantastic hands of these three below me now, and I shall see you all tomorrow.
Cheers, Will.
Thank you, Will.
Before I drop off as well, there is a question that I wanted to get to before we go, and it's Richard. It was 3 minutes ago. Your position calculator, is it private or anywhere? Can give it a name, please, if possible. I don't own the position calculator. It is one from earnforex.com. It is a free-to-use position calculator. You can go to earnforex.com and you can go and download this position size calculator for yourself. Just follow the instructions and then read up about and try and understand how it's used. I know Victor uses it. I don't know about Sam or about Carla. I use it. I've been using it now for give or take a month, and I really enjoy it. It works really well for me. So it's free to use. You can just go to earnforex.com to go and find it. That's all I wanted to say.
But you are the owner of that website, aren't you, Richard? What are you talking about?
I am, yes. That's why it's free. That's why I'm giving it out for free. You don't have to buy it. You don't have to give me your email or your, bank account details. You can have it for free.
Oh, cool.
That's amazing.
We're joking. Richard is not the owner.
Oh, I haven't heard of it before, so I was like, oh, never heard of it. But I'd usually use Baby Pip's position calculator. I know it takes a little bit more time, but I'll look into what you just mentioned, Richard.
I use just my phone, my
Victor has
calculator.
used it before, and he's explained quite a bit about it as well. I started using it because of Victor. So, if anything, Victor is the man to give that information.
All right. Victor, when you're ready.
Whenever you are, Carl.
All right. And with that, guys, I am going to love and leave you as well. I hope you guys have an amazing day. Everything that Will said, you guys, if you want to join us again tomorrow, same time, same place, myself and Will, we usually rock up at, like UK time 11:30 UK time? I think so.
Must be.
I don't know. Anyway, guys, have a great day. See you all tomorrow.
Richard, thank you. Thank you for your input and sharing everything you did with the audience. Thank you very much.
It is a pleasure. Anything for the audience and for you guys. Anyway, I'm out. Cheers. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Take care. Bye bye.
All right, so we are the three of us. Before we continue, how is my audio? Since I'm at different location, different acoustic, different mic, and everything, is it okay?
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, it is fine.
Thank you. All right, and the other thing, Sam, your background, your lightning is getting better each time we stream.
Yeah, I'm
What
just
you are?
tweaking things here and there.
I remember the first one, and it was fine. But with each stream, you're stepping things up. What are you gonna be doing next time? Are you gonna have some kind of CGI background? You're in gonna be
I
a
get a green screen
metaverse.
and I'm gonna put
Yeah,
myself in a space.
it seems like it. Yeah, that's gonna be. It looks great, by the way. That's what I
Yeah,
try
I think
to
it is
to.
fine. That is the end thing. Now I'm not gonna change anything. I think it is fine.
It looks nice and
Okay.
cozy. I like-
Yeah,
Yeah, very nice. Can you change the lights in the background? So you've got red now. Can you change to
yeah,
like green or a
I
blue?
can change it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
But
but the
I
lamp
like the
is there.
combination.
The lamp I cannot change the lamp, but the
Mm,
other light I can change that.
okay.
Hmm. It looks great. It looks very very good. I mean the angles and everything. Good for you, man, and actually good for everyone who's watching because it's more pleasing to the eye. I'm not referring to you, Sam. I mean the background, not you.
Yeah,
The background.
yeah, exactly. All right, we
All
have
right.
chat here. Let's see what our audience is saying. Good morning. Here it is evening, so good evening from my side, and good morning as well. And I didn't bought new gears, unbiased trader. I was having it. I just tweaked things here and there. So I just came up with this.
What time is it on your side, Samir?
It is 6:47 p.m. It is evening right now.
Okay.
By the way, this trade, I of course I don't trade forex, but the analysis was really good. Yesterday, I think me and Jonathan covered this thing. Let's do analysis on this one again. Why this was a good shot, in my opinion. So this was a resistance, as you can see. Yeah, price came to the resistance, and if you go to the smaller time frame, let's say the 4 hour, you can use this 200 EMA as a reference. Like we are very much away from 200 EMA and even 50 EMA. So in these situations, I think you can trade against the momentum, which we have. I have my tool marked out like this. So in these kind of situations, you can trade, kind of a small reversal. Although the overall trend on the weekly is still bearish, but I'm just focusing on the current price action, which is really good. And what made me interested, of course I didn't took this trade, but I'm just sharing my analysis, what I saw. I am big into how price behaves in any area. It can be support, resistance, trend lines, even victor you trade quasis. So I can consider that. I'm big into how price behaves when it comes in your area. So it was near resistance and price slow down like this. So you can easily take the trade at resistance, keeping your stops, and you can target this 200 EMA maybe. So this was very simple analysis, very logical analysis in my opinion, and very easy and repeatable. I think these things works good in a long term. So yeah, and my foundation, I have said this couple of times, my foundation have been built like this only when I see the nature of the price, how it is developing. If it is slowing down, maybe we can see the momentum to the other side. I'm not saying forever, but maybe for a shorter period of time, and then you can catch that leg and you can secure some profits. It was really good trade. And I think we analyzed cat chf also. It was a beautiful head and shoulder. So this was also a good trade. That is, I gave two pairs as the best watch list kind of thing yesterday, and it
Hmm.
really is working good. I think I was seeing one other pair also, but other than that, nothing is really working good. And if I trade my normal pair, which is NAS 100 and US 30, right now we are not really doing anything. I didn't took this trade, by the way. It was just a paper trade. If I would have taken this thing, it would have been a losing trade anyway. And why? Because trend is not really established that much. So I don't know where price is gonna go. It can go to the upside and to the downside. I was having good wins in these market condition. Like like this, when the price is showing a decent trend. Even this market condition is good. This, even this is good. This here a little bit, maybe I can take a losing day here and there, but I'm just trying to tell you guys that right now market condition is not really good. So I'm just gonna wait for January, to be honest. I'll probably buy some accounts near Christmas maybe. So yeah, let's see how it goes, but I'm gonna be trading in January, and I think it is the wise option. If I try to force my trades near holidays, I'm gonna get the similar price action like this.
Yeah.
Of course, out of 10 days, maybe one can be a good day, and then you cannot say, I'll trade that one day and I'll trade whole December. So I think that is not really the good thing. So I'm just gonna wait.
You were saying, Sam, that this market condition isn't favoring your strategy. How can you? Actually, a couple of questions. One is the holidays, like the end of the year, the only period
Yeah,
you
yeah.
have that you see this different market condition that is not favoring you? Is that a thing only in Christmas or around holidays?
We have low volume, as you can see. We have some consolidations, and as my strategy, even my the way I see charts, I see some kind of impulses and corrections, as I have mentioned. So I'm not getting those things in this particular market condition. Like, I know this, I can classify this as impulse, and maybe some shorts opportunity here and there. But other than that, I'm not really seeing any good momentum or any good trend establishment, as you can see that way. Maybe you can say that way. So that is the main reason I'm gonna be stepping away from charts. Not like for a longer period of time, but just for the last 2 weeks of December, which is already there, almost there. Yeah,
Mhm.
almost. Yeah.
But
But
with the
is there any? Go ahead, Carla.
sorry, I was just going to
No, go ahead.
mention with the trades that you marked up yesterday. Is there any particular reason why you didn't actually take them, even though they looked perfect to you for your strategy? It looked clean. Was there any reason why?
The reason I didn't took this trade, because my trading plan right now is indices. So if I have to test a new thing, I might can test this thing on other account, but the fundamentals are always the same. This thing, if I would have seen on NAS 100 or US 30, I would have definitely taken this trade. But keeping this thing in mind, I have been unfamiliar with the forex. It has been, I think, 8 months. So me just diving into forex, just out of nowhere now, I don't want to do that. So I'll just buy a new account to just test my forex things. I know strategy works in forex as well.
Yeah,
So for this, I have to buy the new account, and I have to build my mindset that way. Because if this was a loss, I would have blamed myself.
yeah,
Why? Because I would have said to myself, if this is not your trading plan, if this pair is not in your trading plan, it is your fault.
yeah,
I'm not comfortable with this kind of loss. So I have to tweak my trading plan here and there, and I have to convince myself, okay, this is the thing I will be following for next 6 months, and that's how I would like to do this thing.
yeah,
And these things works good in NAS 100 as well. As you can see, slowdown of momentum on the 1 hour. I think I have covered it in the stream itself. As you can see, price is not at all impulsive right here, so trend is fading away. So
yeah,
some shorting opportunity here, maybe here. There was some shorting opportunity, but keeping this thing in mind, we are in the holiday season, so volume is not going to be that good. Of course, some range who like to short the top, buy the bottom, these things can work good in December. I've seen this thing. I
yeah.
remember back in I think 2 years ago, I was trading euro USD. So
Yes.
it was ranging back then. Let me show you when it was. I have to go to the daily. I have to find a price action where it was. I think here maybe. Yeah, this price action. This price action also I made decent amount of money. It is 2016. or what? No, 2016 I was not active. I don't know which market condition it was, to be honest, but it was something like this only. So where you was shorting the tops and buying the bottom. So if you want to trade, December, if you are that guy, who cannot live without trading, who have to place a trade,
I'm
then
good.
I think you can take this information in note. Maybe you can just play the range. That's how I can you know put it that way. I'm trying
Are
to
you such a girl, Carla? You can't not have a trade on.
No, not even that. Is that when everyone says, "Oh, don't trade December or stay out of the markets close to Christmas," I've had good Decembers. Looking at my data, so I don't follow that. If my strategy doesn't appear, then I won't trade. But for the past 2 years, my December's been good. It's been good. So
Hmm.
yeah, it's been profitable. So yeah, gonna continue doing that. And take it from there.
I'm trying to find the
Yeah,
market condition that was. But anyways, you guys can continue.
yes, I was gonna say I don't see that in my I know it's very popular a belief that with holidays you shouldn't be trading because the market is different, and that is true. That is absolutely true for a lot of people, but it may not be for you, and it isn't for me. For example, I don't see that. I've tested many during many different holidays, and maybe it's because my trade plan already filters market conditions, or my setup doesn't trigger because when we have lower volatility. Um, but simply, I have no issues with it. So I trade all the time, whenever it is, because well, I don't know exactly why, but I suppose in the trade plan already, it will just result in no signal that day. But if I do have a signal, it does not matter in my testing so far what I should be that I should not be trading that day.
Yeah.
I'm a
So
big believer in this thing also. Like some days are yours, some days are not yours, regardless of December or whatever. Uh,
really.
I, yeah. Even if you take random trades, and if you
Hmm.
manage your risk, I think you're gonna be winning. Winning in long term. That's how I think. That is just my opinion. Some people might not agree with it, but that's how I see the things. I'm just sharing,
Hmm.
with you.
Sure. Yeah, and on EU, we are, of course, the market is waiting for this week's, the release of this week's numbers and interest rate decision. So the market may not, you would assume the market may not move a lot before these numbers because they're waiting for that conclusion or that clarity. However, we have been seeing some nice moves. Mainly, we had on a Tuesday, we had the fresh order block on the H4. Market went to it, and you have the continuation just as you would be trading it, right? That's the creation of the order block, coming back to it and moving away from it. It didn't have the alignment, so I didn't trade it. But with the specific alignment parameters that I use, is not the only way to trade. Of course, you can trade and look for your entries and your setups in many various ways. And today we had a very similar price action, right? You had the creation of that fresh order block on the H4, price comes back to it and rejects. In this case, there wasn't any order block, as you can see, either. That could be used. Actually, I didn't this morning. I wasn't active trading. I was on the beach, but uh, actually there was a fresh order block. So let me. It's not it wasn't fresh, but it's part of a quasi. Um, so in let me mark that now. This is the neckline. I just said it wasn't any fresh order block, but I didn't check if there was a quasi. So this is a quasi on the 1 hour, left shoulder, head, neckline, breaks it, comes back to that order block that has alignment on the 4 hour. Let me mark that for you guys right here. like so. That's the order block with a 1 hour H1, so H1 quasi entry order block. And as I said, I didn't trade it, but I did see the market behaving, coming back to these areas on the higher time frames, and knowing that the chances that the market, when it comes back to these order blocks, you have multiple reasons to trade them on different time frames. You know that you could have such a reaction. That's exactly what we got. So let's go back to there wasn't anything on the 5 minute. Let's go to the 3. So as I said, I didn't trade it, but this was a nice reaction. It wasn't on the 3 as well. There was a V-shape reversal, meaning that the quasi wouldn't, there wasn't any. It wasn't. It hasn't come back. Maybe it will come back in the future, but I don't think that's the relevant trade, because it's already interacting with an H4 order block. Almost interacting, I should say. It hasn't touched it yet. So on the H1, or the 1 minute, I mean, there actually was a trade. Perhaps let me show you guys. This is I like this trade when they are when you have a clear, right? That's the 1 minute. Very, very tight. When you have these tight setups, they can give you awesome risk reward. In all fairness, I did not trade it because I wasn't available. I am traveling, and I mix work with, trading with holidays. And in this case, I would have been in. And no, I wouldn't. It didn't reach the area that I would be interested in, so I wouldn't have an entry. But there you go. You have the shaded area behind us. That's the H4. This is the H1. That's the neckline. That's the left shoulder head. Breaks it and comes back. And my strategy tells me to wait for the retest of these entry order blocks on the 1 minute in this case, and it didn't actually reach it, but it would have been, if it had it been reached and triggered, they would have been, you can see the movement it made afterwards. Very, very nice. That's basically my setup. I didn't trade it, as I said, but it's still looking great. I'm before the news, or actually up to the news, I can still take the trade. The only thing that I need to do is make sure that I know when exactly the market is expected to have these high impact releases happening, so I can take the trade off, or abort at last minute. Abort, meaning not entering at all, if the signal is right before, let's say, half an hour or so. Um, but yes, so basically that's the on EU. That's the situation. How about you guys? Are you Sam? You said you're gonna be waiting for better times, basically. And how about you, Carla?
Yeah, I'm GU. I'm just waiting on GU. Today is one of my trading days.
Mm-hmm.
I can trade now because there's nothing clear for me as of yet. But hopefully after news, later on this evening for me, or it'll be tomorrow. It'll be tomorrow. That's the only thing I'm watching is GU.
Okay. We do have on GU actually a very fresh outside bar. What time frames are you trading?
So I start off with the daily, then drop down to the
Mm-hmm.
4 hour. So 4 hours, yeah, 4 hours my main time frame. Um, I'll say, yeah, intraday trader slash swing trader. So
Oh,
anything on the 4 hour for me, basically.
yeah.
Yeah.
And we do have that weekly order block sitting there, which is fresh by all accounts. The daily order block, this isn't fresh anymore. We had that before, where price could have a reaction in the lack of having other structures, and we did have the reaction to be expected. I don't really trade them, but I do use them for understanding. But this is what I like. I mean, you have that outside bar, bearish outside bar after a bearish engulfing. That's the H4. You said so you go from the from the daily going to the H4.
Yeah. So then what I do, I mark out, I call mine inflection points or value
Mm-hmm.
areas. So it's literally just high, the highs and the lows mark them out, wait for price to gravitate to either side, wait for a pullback,
Mhm.
and re-enter. So,
Basically,
Wait
some
for
kind of
pullback.
liquidity.
pardon, sorry?
Some kind of liquidity, you mean?
Exactly that, yeah.
Okay,
Exactly that. So
makes sense. Okay.
yeah, so when I talk about my strategy, it's so basic. So when I hear everyone else mentioning, like order blocks and like you mentioned your quasis, like I get your strategy, but yeah, mine just might come across that as very, very basic, So yeah, it's literally taking a high, taking out a low, um, impulse, the correction, I'll enter on the correction to go the direction of where I could see price action.
I find that good. I mean, having it, you said basic, but I think it's you're not giving it enough credit, because having a profitable system that is simple is actually um, a good thing. It typically is more robust. It's
Yeah.
much more easier to adhere to it, to execute on different, psychological, mindset. Even if you're going through a rough patch, an easy system is way better. Is going to be way better to keep executing as you should. So I think it's a great thing.
Yeah, it
Uh,
took me a while it took me a while,
mm,
because again, I was too, what's the word? I guess I was too not robotic, but I had, let's say, 10 things I had to tick off my list, and I was like, "Do you know what? That drives me insane. Like I couldn't do that every single trade. So I was like, I
mhm.
need to finalize it and refine it and play around with it, get the data, and then stuck with that. Um, but yeah, definitely a best way for me, honestly.
Yeah, we do have a quasi on GU as well. Beautiful reversal that comes from the touch we had on the daily order block to the left. You can't see it right here because it's not visible on this time frame. I assume that my screen is the one that is being shown. Yes. Okay.
Oh,
Um, so we do have two entry order blocks on H4, H1, I mean. Both of them are within one large H4 order block, which makes them basically, in my world, makes them great areas to be trading. So let me mark them for the viewers watching us. This is one area, and these areas do not, unlike the order blocks, the ordinary order blocks, or where freshness is key. These Because it's a quasi, as long as the quasi isn't expanded for a bigger structure, these areas are very tradable. They maintain the validity to be traded in spite market taking longer to come to them. So I would be waiting for price to come back, create these quasi on the lower time frames, and take the short on that, or higher depending on where it presents itself. And I will be targeting that low to begin with, because I don't see anything to the left, and probably there isn't. Um, yeah, I don't see. Well, there is something here which has already been used, but I would still maybe be using that this order block right here. That's on the H2, based on of an outside bar, not H1. That is an outside bar on the H2 right there. But that's the only thing. So I would definitely target this as the intraday, depending on how much time is still left on the day and how the ATR is looking, and leave something else, because we do have the daily order block, which is a reason to hold this longer than a day. And I would trade on, I would be considering, since there isn't anything in here, I would just go for 2 times ATR above let's see, above this area, which is the low of the eighth. So that would be 150 points or pips below here, right? So 150, that gives me plenty of 150. And since we have the weekly right there, that would means that I will put it in front of the weekly. So there we go. That would be a something that I would be interested in trading right here, somewhere around above the weekly order block right there. So I'm gonna mark it, and maybe we can look to see if we can take a trade Maybe later on today, or maybe even tomorrow. That as a target if the market reverses, right? We have to be flexible because it may not reverse and just continue to go deeper into that weekly order block. But hey, you need to have a plan ready for each scenario. I like that. I like that a lot. Whether it comes from the first one or the second one, that's both of them are perfectly, tradable to me in any case.
Yeah, that looks similar to mine, where you've got your possible entry H1. So
Mhm.
the first bearish candle, I was just looking. I wanted to
Yes,
see how price reacts to that. Um,
exactly.
yeah. So yeah.
That's exactly how I trade as well. I wait for the market to actually start reversing because it does not reverse all the time. We know that. So I need to have that reverse to be aligned with the hourlies as well. I think your system might be a lot similar to mine as well, Carla, without
Yeah.
you realizing that.
I also forgot to mention about fibs as well. I do throw in a fib here and there, um,
Hmm.
which helps with confirmation for myself. So when I mark, actually, hold on, let me see if I can share my screen quickly.
Okay, let's see.
Let's have a
The
look.
Remy is making sure that your screen will be able to be seen.
Okay. Okay. So what I've got here on the daily is this
Okay.
last swing here. Um, so with my fib from the high to the low,
Yeah, I
I
Hmm.
was seeing it the same way yesterday.
pardon me.
I was seeing it the same way yesterday. I drew my fib like that only, the same way you are drawing.
Ah, okay,
Yeah.
nice. So with me, with this, let me just zoom in here. I could see that this high has taken out that. So then I was looking for a possible um, run to the downside to either take out this low here and then move, continue going up, or just continue literally going down. So that's what I'm literally waiting for. Actually, I should actually zoom in. So this area here. See how price reacts from here. To maybe take a sell to the low.
Yeah,
But
makes sense.
yeah, so that's how
The
I'm playing.
price is also decent if I see it that way. That leg to the downside looks good to me. Makes sense, yeah.
You mean this area here, the
Um,
gap here?
No, the smaller one that you have just the area that you have marked off. I think it was 1 hour or 30 minutes.
Ah,
Yeah, this bearish leg is looking good.
okay, gotcha.
Oh, my camera is. I have
Perfect.
to check. Okay, it's back. It's
Carla, you mentioned to for price to maybe take out the daily candles low on of the third on yes the daily time frame. Why do you think that? Why do you think that could be a possible scenario?
As in, because this candle's already taken out the previous high of this daily candle. That was in October. Which one are you referring to? Sorry.
The third, or maybe it's the 3rd of December. The third of December. Yes.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
there you go. That one.
This
This,
bullish candle here.
yes, you mentioned that. Yeah, you mentioned that maybe price could be pushing to take out the low of that day and then to switch back into bullish impulsive move. Uh, Maybe you said. So what makes you think that could be something something the market wants to do before continuing higher?
Okay, and a clear example is literally here. Oh, my computer keeps freezing. Sorry. 1 second. I think I've got too many tabs open. A prime example is, again, liquidity grab right here. This is an example. So you've got the impulse, and then you've got, sellers coming in to take out, let's say, the stop losses of those that were going previously bullish. So
Mm-hmm.
when I've marked up my previous trades, when I've taken trades, I've noticed that when this does occur, the market does move into the other direction, especially during impulse. So I would mark up here, but then I also drop down because that's the daily time frame. So you can
Mm-hmm.
see here that these candles I've already taken out this low.
Mm-hmm.
So then I will focus on this leg. I may use a Fibonacci, but for me right now, it's not clear as to where it will go. 78%, it could be here, but I won't know
Mm-hmm.
until it gets to that area how the candles react. For me, it's a
Mm-hmm.
wick engulfing candle. Once I see that, that will give me the green light to go bullish. So any
Yeah,
that's anything between this area for me on a 4 hour.
and that's your optimal entry area for you.
Yeah, between the 61 and the 78 is my area. Yeah, my key areas.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
makes a lot of sense. And unlike if you go to the daily again on your chart, you mentioned, it never stops to amaze me. That line, that horizontal line you marked below that, impulsive, powerful, the one after that, the one that I was referring on the 3rd of December. Yes, that one. What you're watching, the way you're defining it is an impulsive move, I suppose, and where the buyers, the low of that candle. And if what and that's great. When look back at it, I just look at the last or the next order block on this time frame, and that's the same level. Of course, mine is an area, yours is much aligned, but you can see how we're trading basically the same structures. You're defining it differently, but it does not matter. We're still ending up with the same area.
Yeah, look at that. Wow, look at that. Good to see. Good to see. I forgot to mention, someone in the chat did ask, um,
Okay.
on your screen, you've had 3 Euro USD charts. I think they
Mhm.
wanted an idea as to why you've got three and not necessarily the one. Yeah, there we go.
Okay, perfect. Yes, I'm gonna switch back to mine so you guys can see what is being reviewed. Let me switch back. That is mine, is it? Yes. All right. So the question is, I got three same EU on my watch list, and I have the same on GU as well, and not with everyone, also with gold, but not with every other pair. And the reason is that since my strategy is based on order blocks, and order blocks are created by the OHLC data, which you can, the open, the high, the low, and the close of each candle. And as we know, since the market is not centralized, forex market, I mean, that means that different brokers can have slightly different prices. And since the OHLC may differ from one broker to the other, and my structures, my order blocks depend on these data, I want to make sure when I have a borderline situation where, is it above, is it below, is it just one pip? I want to have consensus on the different price feeds. That means that I'm gonna be, if I if there is some kind of uh, uh, doubt on my side, that this is only visible on one price feed, then I want to double check if the two others are agreeing, or at least the majority of the price feeds. And that's why I have an uneven number of price feeds onto the left, just in case, to double check that the same pattern, the same candlestick combination is visible on more than the only price feed I'm watching. That's the reason.
That's perfect.
So hopefully that answers the question. Let me go check the chat to see how we are doing.
There was a news, right? But it didn't really affected USD pairs that much. I think main news is interest rates. So we will be seeing some crazy momentum.
Yes.
I think that is also the reason these USD pairs are consolidating, kind of.
Yeah.
Like, look at gold, it is just in a big range right now.
Yeah, I think we've got a good five more hours until the
Yeah,
news.
You said gold was ranging between the last couple of days. You mean?
yeah, yeah. It seems like a big range.
But did you see silver? I've heard silver
Yeah,
literally.
yesterday.
Yeah,
Yesterday, Will was doing some analysis. I saw that.
amazing. But I don't trade silver personally. Um, I know you said you trade indices, but do you trade silver, Samir, Victor?
I
I don't know.
haven't. No,
I
very
don't even
very
know
long
how to
time.
calculate the position size on that one. To be honest, I'm not gonna lie.
You use the PSC, the position size calculator from Forex. That's what you do.
Yeah, I
That's
think
it.
I need that.
It's a Euro Forex.
Earn Forex.
Earn. As in EARN?
Yes,
Okay.
earnforex.com. It has many different. I'm not affiliated, but it has different tools and things to help. But the main thing is there is a PSC. It was an indicator, now it's an EA, free. You can download it, and it solves everything you need about position sizing very quickly. And not only that, you can put in hotkeys, meaning that you can and you can trade with using your chart, so visually putting the lines, the stop loss, the targets on the chart, and it will automatically calculate how much to be, how much the position needs to be, the position size. And you can, with hotkeys, get in of the market with a tiny fraction of a second once you decided to get in. And everything, no human error, since it's all automated. You can even put in some comments or with magic numbers, so you can analyze a bit better later and group them by comments or by magic numbers. Or if you're using a different EA to manage the trade, as the trade is open, you need certain magic numbers to be used for the EA to recognize them. So, and you can set the magic numbers in the PSC EA as well. So let's take a look at where the market is currently. There isn't anything on H4. The order block below us hasn't been touched, so officially I can't trade it because of that. And on the lower time frame, we do have a small area here on the 5 minutes that I would I would be scalping that level. I'm not scalping it right now, but I would if I wasn't, streaming right here, and if I were at my usual location, which I'm not. So yes, that will be a 5 minute. It is 6, 8. It's still within 10. I wouldn't call it an entry because that's part of a quasi, just a regular 5 minute order block where price can go in and have a reaction. There's some of a reaction, maybe longer, and that's it. And that's it. I'm not expecting to move to watch to see anything else happening. Just that levels, and you can look for some. There isn't anything on the 15 minute or any other time frames. Maybe there isn't anything else. There's just a 30-minute order block as well there. I like to see that on the 15. Yeah, on the 15 there isn't anything, but 30, the 5, and maybe you can look for reasons here before getting in that you actually are talking about, or you're looking at a actual reversal on the lower time frames, right? Meaning you want to be seeing if this is the head. You can look for the quasi would be here, yes, and that would make look for these areas. That means that I don't have any here, to be fair. Not on the 1, the 2. So there is a little area here that looks interesting for a reaction. And you want to see to overlap, being able to overlap as many structures as possible. There's that reaction. Look at that. Beautiful. That's on the 5-minute order block. And that is, let's measure how much that is. Actually, I measured from the close of that candle, but you could be looking for on, from the lower side of that order block on the 5-minute, we're talking about 3 pips. It's not a lot, but if you can do that with frequency and consistency, then 3 pips is plenty if you're scalping with good market conditions.
Yeah.
So checking to see if there's anything here. Actually, there it is. That would be you see, this is a possible. So we had the 30 minutes, right? We saw that this area created in a 30-minute engulfing, right? So an order block, you go to the 5-minute, you had the fresh order block on the 5-minute still standing there, expecting some kind of a reaction. There is the 2-minute that wasn't playing, although that wasn't playing with that wasn't part of the setup. But if you look at the 1-minute, was it the one? Yes, I think it was the one. Yes, here, right here, you can see that the market is all right. So this is the area where the market could have a reaction. It's not an entry area, so that would be based on the quasi, just a regular one, and the market is flying through it. So that's a nice price action reaction. Let's see if we have some reaction from the 2 minutes. Okay, so you have this area is actually over there. The closest above this order block, that's a sign that the market is probably going to be pushing some more deeper into this order block, and it did, right? So look at that close above that level, meaning that the market is likely to be pushing at least a little bit higher. And maybe even more than that, because we're in the middle of a range, right? In the middle of structures, right? You had an H4 order block below, and the other structures are above us, or we're basically in between these two lines. And it's not weird for the market to push, go look for these extremes. The market does that all the time, right? Goes from one structure to the next one, back and forth, ping ponging. So the microstructures that I'm looking at, they are good for scalping, but you got to be careful since they don't have the hourly confluences as usual. We'll have to see on the 5-minute. If it breaks it, then you can forget about the whole idea to short. Look for reactions to short here. So all right, let's check the chat to see if we have other questions.
I think they were looking at, was it gold? I know you mentioned it briefly. I wasn't sure if you guys analyzed gold.
I haven't. Maybe you can take a look at it and let us know what you're watching. You have your screen on. I would wait.
Oh, hold on. What is my screen?
In the meantime, we can I can look. The market is still 12 seconds before the close. And is it going to close as a bullish engulfing? Yes, an outside bar, the 5-minute. So that's giving us mixed signals, right? So this is bullishness coming in. Why is bullishness coming in if we're supposedly at a supply zone, right? If when the market is giving us conflicting signals, you need to be extra careful. Maybe the earlier assessment of the market isn't, exactly right. So we now see you have your screen on. So
Oh,
okay. So, yes, you already sharing yours. So go ahead and let us look at gold. You wanted to look at gold.
oh, not me in particular. Someone in the chat was talking about gold.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
yeah, I don't. I never really mark up gold. I stay far away from gold. Me and gold are not on good terms. So,
Not yet. Not yet.
oh dear. So, oh gosh, you guys put me under
Right?
pressure here. I think Samir will be the goat to mark this up.
Victor, Victor is gone.
Ah, that happened to me earlier as well.
I think there is a problem in the software or the internet connection.
Oh, he's back. I think he's back now.
Yeah, I think that'll be fine.
Mine.
You disappeared. You left us alone.
Yeah, I think let me get my second internet connection going on. Let me put it on, see if that helps. Got a backup connection here just in case.
I also don't trade gold. I think
Mm.
Victor also don't trade gold. Or you
I
do.
do, but not. I do, but not as often as the other
Okay.
two pairs, which is the
I don't like gold.
EU and GU.
GU
Yeah,
is a good pair. EU is also decent.
yeah. GU is my number uno, my number one.
So Carla, remind me again, when is it the big day that you're gonna be flying out?
Is 2 weeks and no, 2 weeks. Let's say 3 weeks. I thought it was 2 weeks. It's 3 weeks. 3 weeks.
3 weeks. You
Yeah,
felt any anxiety or anything like that? I think if I was you, I would have definitely felt it. Like I'm going to a new place, how it's
yeah.
gonna be.
It is, yeah. It's waves. It hits in waves. Like I'll be doing something, and all of a sudden, I'll hear something in my ear saying, "You're going soon. You're going very soon." I'm like, just little reminders. But yeah, on social media, I get I like watching people that are there now and just seeing what I'm gonna get myself up to when I go over there, which I'm looking forward to. Just trying out new foods, even though Thai food is my favorite food anyway. But obviously, nothing beats food from the original country. So
Yeah.
yeah, can't wait. Cannot wait. But yeah.
For those who are maybe who don't know what you're talking about, Carla, could you recap a little bit where you're going to and for how long?
Yeah, so guys, I've decided to go to Southeast Asia. So starting off with Thailand. I haven't booked a return as of yet, but I do want to spend the majority of the UK winter in in the in the heat. So yeah, I'll be traveling and trading. And it works well with my trading as well. So I get the whole day to myself, and then the evening will be some work and some trading. So that is going to be my new chapter as of 3 weeks time. So yeah, I'm very excited. Obviously, new environment. Um, yeah, new environment will definitely propel everything that I've put my eyes to. So in terms of trading, the goals for trading, I'm away from my comfort zone. So I'm even it's allowing me to push myself further. So yeah, 2026, new levels, new goals. Um and that's what I've decided to do.
Yeah. This year like flew so fast. I don't know if it is just me
Hmm.
or you guys also think the same way.
Oh my gosh, it has flown. I can remember the 1st of January like it was yesterday.
I think after the COVID, time is just passing so quickly.
Yeah. And I can't believe it was how many years ago? Like nearly.
Yeah, it felt like yesterday.
Honestly, it's insane. Honestly, it's insane.
Yeah,
And I'm just trying to ignore the rumors that it's gonna happen all over again, guys. But no,
yeah. Don't focus on that.
never. No, 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 no.
Yeah,
Yeah, the older you get, time
Yeah,
goes faster. That's it.
exactly.
yeah. I think you're very brave, Carla, for taking that step, and
Thank
good
you.
for you.
Yeah,
Good for you, and that's a great display of courage. You're young, as we should be taking more risks when we're younger, right? That's what they say. That is what makes sense, and you're doing exactly that. So that's great.
Thank
And who
you.
knows? This could be the life-changing decision for you, right? Changing environment, pivoting into something different. Although you are gonna still be trading, so that's not different. But exploring and growing. That's great. That's amazing.
Thank you. That's what it's
I
all.
I, I I like traveling as well, and most people do, I suppose. And there is power in changing environment. Just changing the places where you breathe. I know it sounds weird, but just coming certain areas, and breathe in fresh air,
Mm,
maybe in nature. That can change your whole mindset, and with your mindset, that could be the beginning of better decisions, less toxic activities or things in your life, and building up the way you want it.
exactly.
um, right, because we don't get to choose where we are born, but we do get to choose where we live our lives. And if you can find a place that is more aligned with the way you see things,
Yeah.
and is aligned with you in other areas as well. So by all means, do it. I'm a big proponent. I can see how it affects my trading when I'm traveling.
Yeah.
Even though I can travel for many months on end sometimes, and I can see, even if when I change location in that period, that my trading is different.
Mm,
And I didn't change, my strategy didn't change, but certainly, but somehow, by the changing environment, you are apparently you're I don't know, you're experiencing things just a little bit different, and sometimes it's not for the better, sometimes it's for the worse. But that doesn't matter. It's knowing, and then when you experience all of them, you can pick and choose. Okay, so this place, and now you can look back, and why is this place better for me? Why am I more productive there? Why am I more creative there? Why am I able to develop a strategy there in less time than somewhere else? And it has to do with our mindset, our all the effects, the place we are, and the people we are with, um, and maybe the people we're not with, right,
yeah.
are allowing us to tap into more potential, perhaps.
Yeah.
It's for us, for each one of us to discover why that happens. I don't know, right? It could be different for everyone, but when it's same thing as we do with system building. How do we build systems, right? You have an idea, you think, okay, using this indicator or this time frame or this pattern is something that's going to help me. You go and you test it, you measure what it does. Is it helping? Is it not helping? If it's helping, okay, I'm going to keep it. I'm going to test, tweak it a little bit, see if I can make it even better. That's the same thing I see from changing environment, right? You think, okay, I'm going to be Southeast Asia, maybe Thailand. I'm going to be, maybe I'm going to be, there are more opportunities there because whatever. And you go there, you test it, you measure it, and if it is better, then you're in the right direction. Keep on going in the direction and keep on looking for tweaking and increasing your potential.
This is it. This is it. You hit the nail on the head, Victor.
yeah.
Nail on the head. Honestly, fired me up even more. How long are you in
Yeah,
the
it's
environment for then? How long are you away
uh,
for?
I'm away for a month and a half this time.
Nice.
But yeah, but I try to, I don't, I say vacation sometimes, but actually it's not vacation.
It's your
I
lifestyle.
see it's a way, it's my lifestyle. Yeah. So I just changing location. I'm not, I do different things, obviously, but and I change my day differently, to take advantage of wherever I am,
Mhm.
whether that's hiking or camping or whatever, and but I don't know. I don't see it as switching off completely and going do something completely different. I'm just changing a few things, changing location and changing, perhaps I'm trading a little less and doing other stuff, but I'm still trading every day. I'm still uh uh you know uh actually I was on my way this morning somewhere, and I scalped a little bit. It's just who I am, and it's okay. It's you know it's not a sacrifice. I'm happy doing it. So why not?
Exactly. It works for you. Yeah. If it's not broken, why fix it? So no, do you? Do you? Honestly. And on that note, guys, I've got to love you and leave you. But yeah, all the best with training for the rest of the week if you are, if you're not. I hope to see you in the Discord later on.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you. I will be definitely there. This time, I will not be. Well, the other time I wasn't either. But without making that story too long, Carla, thank you for being here with us and sharing your beautiful presence with us. And we wish you. How often will you be with us before you go?
What
Still.
about today's attempt? So maybe next week. I should be with you next
Okay.
couple. Yeah, next couple of weeks.
Okay,
17.
okay. So we have plenty of time to play. Interact before you go. That's what I wanted to say.
No worries, Victor. See you later, guys. Bye, everyone. Take care.
Bye, bye,
Bye.
Carla.
Take care.
Bye.
The market is. Let's see here. Thank you, Remy, for adjusting that on this PC. I'm on this laptop. I don't have the software to check to change the size of my webcam. I will have to download something to do that.
Okay.
But Sam, are you watching on any? Are you watching any pairs currently that I know you said this is
I'm
not
seeing,
the
yeah, I'm seeing here and there. I'm doing some analysis and I'm seeing if there is any trades. I'm just shifting here
can
and
you
there.
take us can you take us through your analysis, how you
Yeah, yeah.
select or
Can you?
discard your pairs and setups?
All right. So back in the days, what I used to do, I used to go to the daily. I think when there was an interview, Fiverr's interview I did, I shared this
Hmm.
thing. So I try to look at two things: how the candle is closed, the previous day candle, and what kind of
Hmm.
area we are in. So for an example, candle has closed really good, like it really created some sort of support and it really is closing good. My second step is what area we are on. Are we like very extreme high or extreme low? But we are in the midway, and we are also tapping this area, which is a demand area, you can call it. And my second thing, third thing actually, my third thing is seeing some kind of market structure and how price is behaving in that area. On 2 hour we don't have that much information. Let's go to the 1 hour. On 1 hour, yeah, there was some kind of inverted head and shoulder, if you see it that way. So but this news thing created this big wick, I believe. So originally would have taken a trade here, stop loss here maybe, and targets anywhere around this area. So these are the basic things I used to do. Now if I see, now let's again do the same thing. Let's go to the daily and let's see how candles are closing. I'm gonna just step one by one to the pairs, and I'm just gonna see what kind of pair is in the best area, or the candles are closing really good and it can make me, you know interested in that pair. So let's go to the AUD NZD. I don't like this pair. It moves very slow. For you guys, I'm doing this analysis, by the way. I do same thing actually. If I have to analyze the charts, CAD JPY. Okay, we are coming down. Maybe there might be a pullback and then continuation to the upside. Let's see if we can see any pullback areas. Let's go to the 4 hour. Yeah, these areas can be the pullback areas. So definitely looking good for buys around this area. So I used to do this. I just mark my pair. Let's for an example, this is on my watch list, and then I just move on with the analysis. Let's just do this. Okay, this candle also closed very good. This day was a good buying opportunity till where? At least till these highs. So let's see if this we could have executed this trade. By the way, yeah, I saw your question, loving nature guy. By the way, I was
It's
a
not profit. It's not your daily profit. If you thought that, Sam, it's not daily
yeah
profit, daily protein. We're talking about
protein.
nutrition here,
Yeah,
just so you make
I
sure
love it. You
you got.
asked this thing. A lot of people are just want to do trading. Let me tell you a quick story before I continue the analysis. So I was having a kind of phobia. I don't, if I was not eating enough protein, and I was like, oh, I'm not gonna perform well in the gym and all these things. So I was having this protein phobia back in the days. I didn't complete my protein, but I realized, I think doing intermediate fasting and eating less, of course, the nutrition food I'm talking about, it is suiting, it is that way I perform well. If I eat nutritious food but I eat less, I don't, I'm not considering that thing. People eat 6 meals a day to build some muscle or anything like that. So I was that kind of guy, back in the days, probably 2 years ago. But I realized that is not a healthy way to live a decent life. You have to think about protein here and there. You didn't hit it your goal. So it took me some time to get out of this phobia, protein phobia. So nowadays I don't calculate what protein I'm taking. I just make sure I am eating good food, which is of course having good nutrition. So one meal a day works good for me. Here and there I do eat like recklessly, but I know what I'm doing, so I try to manage that. Probably, let's say this week I got off the track. I was really eating all these cravings and all, but I have to make sure the next week or next to next week I have to compensate this thing. So just make sure you are eating good. And just coming to the question, protein intake, I think it is my weight is, I think, 78, so I try to consume 78 grams, probably 80, 90. That is it. Yeah, now let's just come back
And
to the
loving nature guy 007. Why are you asking Sam only? You don't want to know what my daily protein intake is. I mean,
yeah.
I'm already here, ready to tell my protein intake, but no one is asking.
I'll ask. Okay, so Victor, what is your nutrition details? Let us
Actually,
know.
I know. Actually, I do check my protein intake. I think everyone should check it from time to time,
Yeah, it is
E-
good. Yeah.
e- even if you don't. Even if you don't, if you don't measure it every time and measure everything you eat, and you don't have to. I mean, that's a lot of stress, and it may be completely unnecessary for most, like 95% of the people. That's not necessary. But from time to time, it's very good to measure, right? We talk about
Mhm.
measurement and trading, testing, and how can you manage something if you don't measure it, right? It holds true in trading for your risk, holds true in your diet as well. How can you manage it if you're not measuring how much, are you're taking enough or less, or too little? I take 1.8 grams of protein per kilograms body weight, 1.8, which is quite high. But it just makes sure that I have enough. That's it.
Makes sense. That is good. That is good, actually. Of course, you have to pair, protein intake with the decent fiber so that, your body can digest that. If you don't, pair it well, so you're only consuming the
Yes,
protein at all.
of course, of course. What I
Yeah,
do is I take with the I take quite a lot of fiber during the day. But when I take my protein moments, let's say for breakfast I have like 50 grams of proteins already, but I take it with with chia seeds with in let's see in not sure how you call it in English, but yeah, I'm not sure all
yeah,
the
yeah.
numbers, but
Chia
a,
seeds
a
only, I
couple
think.
of flaxseed with flaxseed as
Flax seed,
well.
yeah, yeah.
Yes, chia and some other fiber sources to keep it with a lot of water as well. Water is very important when you're taking high protein consumption because of your kidneys. You want to use. It's not too heavy, but you have to give enough fluids for your filtration to work properly. So
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
very important. I
Louis.
take. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah, I was gonna read that my nutrition is pips. That is good. That is good.
how,
One
how
pip
many?
a
How
day.
many? How many grams of protein does that include, Louis? That pip,
One
the
pip.
amount of pip.
Nutrition value, yeah. Let us know. Let us know in the chat. And yeah, eat well.
Exactly,
Yeah, sleep
unbiased
is.
trader. Yeah, that's the important and why that's why we talk about it. And some people might come into the stream say, "What are you guys talking about protein? They should stick to trading, aren't they traders?" Yes, but we're also humans, and humans need to eat. And we need to sleep, and
Yeah,
in order to perform well in any endeavor, in any activity, be it trading or anything else, you need to take care of the other things as well, right? Your body, your mind, without good sleep and good nutrition, it you're just setting things up to failure, basically. Not right away, perhaps, but in time, you want to be performing at your best. And in order for your body to perform at its best, you got to give it optimal amount of the necessary nutrients.
yeah, exactly.
All right, so Samir, let's take a look at what your
Yeah, yeah.
Carla here is in the chat as well with us. Carla is such an inspiration for her decision to relocate, go somewhere else, try different environment, and see how it changes things. How it is it how better is it to do it? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but you will never know unless you go and try it out.
Yeah, exactly. I think people should try new things, new experience. They should take a risk, and they should be okay with a change, They should be okay with it. Yeah.
um, Marina will ask to thank you all for giving me those questions. I already said I'm not too concerned with. Well, actually, that's not the right way to formulate it. But I'm not too keen on measuring everything, like to the you know there's always some fluctuations with what you intend and what you eventually eat. But compared to the average person, I think I do measure a lot more, just to have a better understanding how, because you would be amazed, how many what the content of what you're eating is if you never measure it. You have no idea how two different plates, um, they compare in calories and protein, unless you measure it. So I do that, and I do that with I do that with some frequency. Carla says yes, no risk, no reward. Yes, that's exactly right. You got to take
Yeah,
some risks so you
exactly.
can how you can how else can you find new opportunities and new things if you don't try them out. And
Yeah.
the get out of our comfort zone, that's where you're going to be growing, Mark. That's where you're going to be finding and learning things about yourself that you didn't even know. Not staying at home, doing the same thing all over again. I mean, every day, over and over again. It's by trying things out, and of course, it has a cost, which is it may not be the best thing, but now afterwards and you can avoid it or not do it again. So great. Gold, you're watching. Are you looking for a um, are
Based
you
on
watching
the
for?
Yeah, based on this impulse, and I do see weekly candle also, as we have
Mhm.
interest rates also. We have this untested fair value gap. I think what interest rates can do can create a liquidity and the original move to the upside. That can be the scenario for today, a false move to the downside, and also that will be making price close to this 200 EMA, which act as a dynamic support sometimes, not every time, so that
Mhm.
can be a good opportunity for buys. I think this news can create some kind of liquidity, and then the move to the upside. That what I think can be maybe 60% chance, I feel that can happen. So if it decided to continue to the downside, I think the weekly candle will close bearish below this. That's how we will know if the next week can be the bearish till where, at least till here, maybe this area. I think on the daily time frame there must be something, yeah, kind of a support. So then we can draw this trend line. If it didn't hold, definitely we can see this coming. And as we are bullish, I'm gonna keep my bias bullish only, then maybe we can continue to the upside.
Yeah, if you look at, if I may change,
Yeah, yeah.
I'll change to mine. And
Do online
there we go.
e-commerce. Every person's body is different, and you need to find what your body needs by trial and error for you to be optimal. Yeah, I agree with you, because I know some people are on keto, some people are on high carbs, some people are on low carbs. There are many different, even diets. So for me, maybe keto doesn't suit. For you, it works well, So yeah, I think it is it. And some people are a vegetarian, some people are non-vegetarian. Just purely, I'm talking about. So it is really, you have to find it out. Yeah, thank you for
Yeah,
that.
we
Yeah.
have a actually this is that's for how I mark them. Um, there. So we do have a couple of order blocks being created on both sides, meaning bullish, bearish, and then bullish again. I haven't marked it here, and then bearish again, bullish. Um, when we have market creating, I'm gonna mark each one of them so you guys can see. I don't have them. I didn't have them on because I already saw that it does not make sense. But when you have too many structures being so tied to each other, it means that you should be looking for the market is ranging basically, and you should be looking for the the break of that range before you really start to, if at least if you want to be trading the same time frame, right? Because it's going compression, right? That the consolidation is compressing each time that you can see that the bullish order blocks are getting uh, tighter, with some fluctuation, but tighter, and the bearish ones as well are getting tighter, or at least the range between the sellers and the buyers is getting closer and closer. And at a certain moment, they will start overlapping just like they did here, and that the market is is not to be traded for a breakout until it actually starts breaking out. That's something that I do see on gold. And let's take a look at H4. Right, with that in mind, You can. I'm gonna make them smaller so it doesn't obstruct too much of our view. Maybe you can put them a little bit more transparent as well. But as we can see here, these levels are on the daily are getting tighter, which is what I was talking about. And I would want to press to actually start getting to the extremes, right? As long as it is in the range, you can go opposite the extremes. But that is before any big news, right? Because after the news, we expect price to be breaking that, taking a decision which side it really wants to go. That's not happening. That's why it's going rangy. So you want to be taking reversal trades, right, from the lower levels to the middle, and from the extremes higher back to the middle before the news. And once the news is out, you want to be looking for longs and holding those for much longer, meaning from the lower bottom, if possible, and perhaps you're not able to, and holding them longer for that, whichever side is you're trying to, because then you're expecting an expansion of that range, that consolidation, perhaps not consolidating anymore. It will go into the impulsive side or the impulsive phase of the market, right? So you want to be conscious of where we are and what we're waiting for. Currently, we're waiting for the later on today, we have the FOMC statement, the funds rate, which is in about, let's take a look at about 5 hours at the end of the day. And we also have the interest rate decision of Canada, the Bank of Canada, in about, what is it? In about 10 minutes or so. So we should switch our charts to any, maybe US, the dollar cat, so we can take a look at how the market reacts to it. Maybe I can put it on the screen before I don't have it here. So let's add it for our viewers and take a look at it. And we have some decent movement today. All right, maybe we can actually, for those who are trading this pair, maybe I can do a top-down analysis right before the news comes out in about 12 minutes. So on the daily, on the monthly, we do have our retest. That's interesting. A retest of the monthly of fresh order block we have below us. It has been on a bullish order flow for some time already, right? We had the retest, the initial retest, the first retest moves away. This is the second retest, but it did react bullishly and created another order block, and on top of that, another one. We're retesting that for the first time. So the first thing that I would want to know is, without considering any other time frames, are we going to continue higher? And if that's going to happen, can we spot that on the weekly and the daily? Because if you can, then you can put your stop under that swing low and just target at least this swing high. And perhaps, since there aren't any other structures still left in this time frame, we'll have to check on the weekly and the daily. But on the monthly, there isn't. You can even hold that for much, much longer. That's very interesting to know on the weekly time frame. Let's see what we have. We do have a strong bearish pulse right there, which okay. So now we have a quasi. Have you guys seen that? This is the quasi right there on the weekly. A weekly quasi. That's a huge. That makes this scenario from here or from there even more compelling. I like that. I like this trade. Let me take a look at this is gone, obviously, and these are as well as that one. We do have on the weekly time frame a fresh order block, which is not fresh, but I mean a entry order block on the weekly. And let's mark this. So we do have, basically it doesn't give us a refined area, more like two. It just breaks it into two huge areas where you can trade, but that's what it is. We have to deal with them. So this is just one, and that's the other one. But we are already in within one, the weekly, which overlaps with the monthly. Which, by the way, if it's the monthly, let me target it based on volatility, based on ranges. So that would be 324, which is what, 650, almost 58, 59. 6 from this one. All right, so 650 right there. That's the target for the market, 1.4282. Let's take a look at that. All right, so that's the macro target. It's not even visible here. I'm gonna just leave it as such. So that would be the macro target if we do have a reversal that has alignment all the way from the monthly, weekly, and daily. So let's take a look at the weekly. This is this still fresh? Let's take a look. That's 4, 6, 8, 10. That is yes, that is still fresh. But it's also a entry order block on the monthly. So let's take a look at the monthly. If we have, not the daily, this is. If we have a reason to take this trade, we don't have anything here on the daily. Is this a daily structure we can trade? All right, so we have 1, 2, 3, and actually it is. That's number 2. Peter, are you watching us right now? We were talking about this, the very thing I'm doing right now, which is assessing whether or not this quasi is a daily quasi or not. Right, we have 8 minutes to the news, if I'm not mistaken. All right, so we have 2 areas where we could see price react from. Right, so I'm gonna be 1, 2, 3. Right, since this one isn't as relevant because of the distance, that leaves us with 2 areas where we can focus to catch this possible reversal. I know this looks very scary, that impulsive move down. So be careful. Rightfully so, you should be aware of that. Let me take a look. Okay, so this is the 2 are the areas, and we'll have to wait. There isn't anything. We'll have to wait for price to actually reach one of them, and this is the area. We want to have price reach that area, and then see if it has indication of a possible reversal. Right, breaking of the neckline, changes direction, breaking of the structure, and then you can grab market as it is moving away after completing some reversal pattern, and wait for the dailies to also change direction. And this may take a long time. It may not happen so quick. You have to be patient. This is the higher time frame, so it's not going to happen in a day or two, and maybe not even in a week. Just have to be ready, because when it does switch, it's going to move. If it is going to move, it's going to move very, very quickly, the same as it came down, the same speed it can then this move down, same speed it can get back when it actually reverses and everyone is on board with that direction. So let me take the chat in the meantime to see if we have anything else. All right, so that is
USD CAD, yeah, we have interest rates. So definitely these areas that you have marked, we definitely can see some reaction from it. Let's see how it goes.
yeah, for the higher time frame, it is important that it actually reaches this area. Otherwise, the higher time frame setup is not valid, does not apply. So if we anything that happens from price action from in here from before reaching the order block on the daily can still be traded, but with the understanding that that's this whatever reaction we get will likely be a temporary reaction until we actually reach this area, and this is where the area, at least to me, this is where it's going to be decided
Yeah, makes sense.
for longer term, right? So you can have a pop easily from today or some other, probably from today, um, the reaction. But until we reach that daily order block, and the market tells us what it wants to do, you should just trade it perhaps intraday only, or maybe an overnight, but not having it too much, holding it much longer. There is a beautiful H4 order block there that got reacted. Look at that beautiful reaction. I did not trade it. That's not a pair that I trade regularly, so I did not trade it. But that's a beautiful reaction. That's not fresh anymore. And there is an outside bar here that we're getting other reaction from. That is still at play, but we kind of already bounced off of it. So, but of course, this is in 4 minutes time. There's going to be the interest rate decision for Bank of Canada, which is it expected to be held at the same place, at the same level, right? So it might surprise us and have a change. And if that happened, that would be a unexpected, something unexpected, meaning price can have a huge reaction. So you wanna be seeing if price will then get to that daily order block to trigger the daily, the daily setup, which is not here yet. This looks kind of weak to be fair. Let me double check something here. So we do have, right, so the next order, the bearish order block was this on the H4. So that would be the area the price will be, telling us if it's breaking structures and continue higher. And this is supposed to be held or supposed to keep on holding if price is going to continue with this pullback, right? Because the impulsive move is to the downside. This is the impulsive move, and everything else we see here is the, but presumably the retrace until it, goes impulsive again. So we'll have to see what price wants to do on the lower time frames. If we keep on doing the top down, trying to find if that is a reversal. It is, but it's not triggering. So price is looking bullish in that case. From this area, looking bullish. As long as it is creating and holding these levels nicely, and that's what it's doing. So it's 43, meaning an hour. I mean, a minute and some seconds for the interest rate decision from Canada, Bank of Canada. Let's take a look on the lower time frames. If we are seeing here, yeah. Okay, we're getting a lot of movements. About 15 pips of movement in the last 15 minutes. That's the reaction of that H4 order block. You can see that very clearly. Price comes in, away from it, does it again. That's clear reaction of this H4 order block. We have, and we're getting to the other side of the order block.
Yeah, seems
I mean,
like
other
the
side of
gold
the
is
range.
holding. Yeah, we have plenty of range. Let's see where it goes. We have only 1 minute left. How much? Yeah, we have 30 seconds almost. Let's see how it behaves.
I
NZD
don't
CAD,
see
somebody was asking. I think
NZD.
that will also be the same scenario as it is, XXX Canadian pair. So if NZD CAD, yeah, let's see.
5 seconds. Supposed to be unchanged, the interest rate decision. And there's the initial reaction. Let's make it bigger. All right, the rate was held, was unchanged. So the market is indeed reacting bullishly to that number. Not a
That's
not a lot
let's
of reaction though. I mean, it's a huge candle, but it's interest rate decision, and it's still, you know, not huge for. Then again, the market just gave them, the market got what it was expecting, so not too nothing surprising there. 15 candle of 15 pips.
yeah,
All right, so the market is breaking and continuing higher. This is the H4. The H4 has how long to, still has a lot of time to
yeah, yeah.
continue higher. So yeah,
We have
that's
a question from Sharkistas. Hey Sam, come January, will you be dabbling into forex pairs? You said. I don't know. I have to, build my confidence to trade forex pair, and that will take some time. In a meanwhile, I'm just gonna stick to NAS 100 and US 30 because I believe these pairs are good. Like according to my strategy, I trade continuation, sometime reversals here and there, but forex pairs are. I don't think so. I'll be trading forex pair to be honest. So I'm just gonna stick to NAS 100. I'm just gonna spend my time back testing once again, so that I can be prepared in January, so that I have new data. Okay, so that's how I'm gonna be doing this thing.
and that's you mean that for the whole year, coming year, you're not going to be trading forex, or is this only for the beginning of the year?
It really depends. If I start to take, more than usual losses, then I have to do something. Then I have to change few things, as I mentioned. But I think I can secure some payouts here and there, considering the fact the way I trade, the way I see the markets, regardless of what market condition we are in. Of course, I might can blow some accounts here and there. It doesn't mean that I am unprofitable or my strategy is not working or I am doing something wrong. Sometimes, market condition or your strategy or you are not in the good state. I think that is okay. I have learned to accept it, and I also know when my time, when I am doing good things, when I'm following my plan, when I have the best market condition according to my strategy, I'm gonna recover those losses and I'm gonna make more money on top of the loss. So keeping that thing in mind, I don't worry about these things a lot nowadays. Losses, losing periods, I think it's okay. uh,
Yeah, it is.
yeah,
It's
I'm
important,
just
right?
looking
Yeah,
at, yeah,
I,
I'm
I,
just
I
looking at,
like how.
yeah,
Mhm.
I
Go
was
ahead.
gonna say I'm just looking at forex pairs for our viewers, and I was also, away from these pairs for a decent amount of time. So I'm just seeing what kind of thing these pairs are doing. This GBP AUD trade, I was trading Fibonacci's back in the days. I would have definitely executed this trade, but my win rate is 40 to 50% in this one. So I'd like a little bit more win rate trading NAS 100 and US 30. And how I am achieving that thing by just using simple trend lines, and if market is, trending to the upside or to the downside. The sideways market, I'm not gonna make any money. And these things do work out. The mark out thing that I have done for you guys, but it has a little bit less win rate. I'll prefer a little bit more win rate. I can target a little bit less. It's okay. So I'm kind of win rate guy. I'm not kind of a RR guy. You can put it that way. Some people are having success with that, and that is also, that is completely fine. I'm not gonna go beyond 1.11 to 1.5, to be honest. And even I passed my first challenge targeting 1 to 1.5 risk to rewards. So I think that is enough for me to stick to this thing. Even if I trade forex, I think my approach will be the same.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you focus more on win rate because you know that's more, that goes better with you. That's
Yeah,
way
it keeps
you.
my mindset, healthy the way you wanna. Maybe you can put it that way.
Yeah.
I maybe
Um,
can secure some payouts here and there, and even if I had some losing period, of course, I might can lose the account, but I still have some payouts. I still can reinvest and still can take myself back to those live accounts. So keeping this thing in mind, I'll prefer win rate over risk to reward. It is just my opinion, and I have been a high risk to reward guy also. As I've been, I have said many times, I've been a big strategy hopper guy, and I have tried every strategy, every risk to reward here and there. So to keep my mindset healthy, I like to take wins, no matter, even if I am maybe targeting negative risk to reward some days, based on the market condition. If it is struggling to hit my TP, I might can close the trade early, but it just keeps my mindset good. Some people are, having a very strong mindset. I keep it that way. Who are, maybe they take 10 losses in a row and they still can uh, you know outperform that performance by just sticking to the risk to reward. I know some guys
that's
are there.
me.
Yeah, we have Victor here. We both have different personalities here. Okay, as he focus more on risk to reward. I focus more on the win rate. So both of the things works good in the market. You just have to find what you are comfortable doing, or what you are comfortable in. And I'm comfortable in taking some decent trades, hitting some good win rate here and there should be good. That's how I do my things. And I don't see any trades on these pairs. USRT maybe. We'll see. Let's see.
Yeah, the important thing is to try different things out, whether high win rate strategies or low ones, or high risk reward ratios, 1 to 5, 1 to 10, and then try out 1 to 1, perhaps even slightly negative 1 to 0.8, or around 1 to 1, and see which one goes better with you, not only with your strategy and your way of dealing or reading the market, but with you, the trader, because that's the most important component of the
Yeah,
whole strategy thing, right? It's you who's going to be reading and feeling the emotions,
exactly.
good or bad, while these things are happening. And by these things, I mean these streaks, or it's it can make or break you, if you are a certain combination of win rate and risk reward. If your mind is built a certain way, you're accustomed to see, to get positive feedback from the market, then you need a high win rate, because you thrive on that. You need that to grow and continue to execute your plan well. And others might want to have that occasional bigger win, and that's enough for them to hold to the strategies, and in between have lots of losses. That's me. But in the end, it's what you're comfortable doing, and what's going to be. It's just like with dieting, and the best diet is the one that you can keep. That's
Yeah,
the best
exactly.
diet. And no matter what other people say, with macronutrients, or you know more carbs, less carb, more protein, less protein, what good is it going to do if you can't keep the diet? So the best diet is the one that you're able to keep. And that goes also for trading. The best strategy and the best risk reward profile and win rate is the one that will keep you executing the plan as you should, day in, day out. That's the one. And you need to find that out. And there's no way, you could.
Am I frozen or Victor's connection is bad? Can you hear me, chat? Let me know, please. Then we'll know, what is wrong. Mic test. Chat, can you hear me? Victor, okay. There is problem maybe. He will be back in some time. So definitely he's gonna be fixing his connection. In a meanwhile, let's see gold. We have a Abrad Alflinkler. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce this name, but you mentioned you had a beautiful trade on gold, which is amazing. But I'm just assuming you bought it from here or you sold it from here. Let me know, please, so that I can do my analysis, and here and there I can find if I would have, taken some trades here and there. Let me know if you was in shorts or you caught this small wick here, something like this. And in my opinion, I think trading below this range would be good. This whole range is tricky. Now we don't know if we're gonna liquidate this first, and I do believe we can liquidate this first. Why? Because we have a weekly fair value gap, as I have mentioned. We have a weekly fair value gap here. So I think we can fill this area and then we can continue our bullish momentum. I think it is Wednesday. Yeah, we still have 2 days left for the weekly candle to close, and definitely it can close bullish. So, or it can close bearish also. But we have to take signs from the market. And what can be the signs? Where the impulses are, where the volume is coming, or where the volume is taking the price. So, keeping this thing in mind, we have to see if this area holds or not. And again, I will repeat this thing, volume will decide. Okay, so this will hold or not. I do believe this level can hold because it has been in a range, and we need some kind of liquidity. We need some kind of liquidity. Hi Samir, would you consider the H1 demand on gold valid? Thanks. The thing with gold is we are ranging right now. So I know you might be considering this demand area, but I think this demand area is having little bit of less numbers or little bit of less probability we are having in this demand area. And why do I say that? Because we have a weekly fair value gap and we have this EMA. We are way too above or way too, the distance between these is high. So I have seen when the distance is high, we like to pull back. Like as you can see, the distance was way too high, but this was way too high, to be honest. The 200 was going crazy, and then we tested the 200 and then got back up. But definitely I am looking for buys on this one, but buying area will be this area. You can take a little bit of small risk after the FOMC. Once we are tapping this area, some rejection, some momentum to the upside, and definitely you can take a trade. Okay, but again you have to wait for some structures to build and then only you can execute. But on the other side, it can also break this trend line and just can continue the momentum, but that you also will know if momentum is there. But it is just a waiting game now. Don't take any trade right now. I can literally buy the challenge right now and I can just take trades here and there. I know my strategy, I know some setups, and I can take trades. But you have to be patient. I know December it is not really good for me. If I had to trade, I have to take some ranges. I have to trade range. I have to short from kind of a supply, buy from a demand. but I don't want to do it that way, so that's why I'm not comfortable with it. So let's wait for Christmas, and then I'll be buying some challenges. I want to know from you guys, should I do a challenge live here on the live stream? So maybe that way you can understand my psychology, my thought process beyond in the trade that I'm in. So with that being said, let me know in the chat if you would like something like this. We do this live here with you guys. Of course you guys will learn a lot if we did something like this, but I just want to know from you guys. All right, we have I have already mentioned demand area, and thank you to you also, DJ. I think I've seen you. Yeah, you have been here. Thank you to you for sticking to our stream. And guys, if you haven't liked the stream yet, make sure you like it. Big things are coming for you guys, and I think we are close to 100K. So once we are there, we're gonna be doing big giveaway. And if you don't know, on the 90K also, we did a giveaway. So definitely, Fivers is here for you guys, and giveaways on the 100K. We're gonna do a big giveaway, but definitely we are planning good things for you as well. Like this particular time, I mean, live challenge will be amazing. Yeah, definitely we will be doing. I will be doing that. So don't worry. This thing will be coming soon. And actually, Will did that. I didn't remembered the exact time or exact month or exact date, but he passed the phase one and phase two live on the stream. So I think that will be lovely if somebody else, me or any other host, do this on the live stream. So that will be very good. And let's see some questions here. Then I'm gonna get back to the charts. I think the liquidation first. Then with the news, the trend and volume, we can write upwards. Definitely, that's what I want gold to do, and that's what I believe can happen. And of course, it don't have to be 100% of the time. Like, you don't have to guess like it will work out like this only. What do we call that? Having just one bias, loving your bias, maybe that is the word. So you don't need to have that kind of nature. So, but definitely this is a big possibility. Price taking of the liquidity, tapping that weekly fair value gap, and then just price moving to the upside. That looks promising to me, and let's see how it builds up. Hopefully, it builds up well. Oh wow, we are at the end of the stream, guys. I was reading questions here and there, and I lost the track of time. It was lovely to be with you guys. It was amazing. But let's take one last question. My suggestion is, to me, you should buy the bootcamp challenge and scale the account. Definitely, this suggestion is noted, and I will definitely work on it. HK118, thank you to you, and thank you to everyone who has been on the stream, and the regular viewers. Thank you to you also. And if you are new and you haven't subscribed to our channel, make sure you subscribe it, guys. Big things coming, I'm telling you. We have Fiverr's futures also coming for you guys, and definitely we will be doing that thing live here. We will be learning about futures here and there. With that being said, guys, thank you so much, and I really appreciate every one of you giving your time here, watching us, learning from us. With that being said, guys, take care. Bye bye. I'll see you tomorrow, guys.